Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to another episode here of Satisfactory. Happy February, and I'm, as always, Time Dog, the dog of time. Oh, new moderators can be... Oh, YouTube's got new tools for me. Managing moderators. These are the same capabilities as standard moderators, but in addition, they can manage blocked words. Cool. Yo, what's going on, David? Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Trying to get everything working properly. Let's go to YouTube and post in the Discord. Yeah, I should buy. I'm considering buying that thing for the to automatically post, but I think Streamlabs itself would do it. Yo, what's good, Panda? What's good, David? Well, let me just post this. Boop, boop, and the ping. All right, that is done. You doing good? Just asked on Steam if I'm going live. Oh, really? I didn't even see that. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, I had some stuff going on this morning, but we are all good and ready to go. I went to walk my dogs right before starting the stream, and there was a stray cat hanging out on my truck bed, and I didn't notice it at first, but then Slider did. So he just started woofing and like jumped up at it, and I'm like, oh, whoa, hey, there's a cat. And so I stopped Slider from like scaring it too much, but it did end up peeing all over my my truck, which was not my favorite, but you know. But then it scurried away into a little cat hole, and I just left a little food out for it. I'm fairly aware of this cat before. When it was a few years ago, I want to say 3-ish years ago. I'm pretty sure I tried to take it in as a kitten, because I remember there was a litter of kittens that like were roaming my yard and my neighbor's yard, and at the time I think it was before I even got Slider. So I was considering like what kind of pet I should get, and I was like, oh dude, there's literally a cat in my backyard. I can like rescue it, and then it'll be my pet. It'll be good. But I could never quite catch them. They're very very sneaky, very slippery. And after a certain age, it was just kind of like, well, they're stray cats now. They do the outdoor cat thing. It's really like you got to get them early to rescue them and turn them into an indoor cat. But I mean, it's doing well, and I've seen it and a bunch of its siblings roaming around, so they've been thriving. A new cat came in the yard, ate some of the cat food you left out for Mew Mew Mittens. Stealing Mew Mew's food. Cats are such jerks sometimes to each other. They don't care. They don't know what sharing is. But yeah, of course I didn't have my phone on me, right? When the cat is just sitting there on my truck. It was like the most perfect looking pose. My truck, cat on the back, 2 dogs staring at it. It was awesome. My phone was in the house though, so I had to go walk in and grab it, and by then the kitty had run into the shed. But I posted a photo on the Discord of him if you want to see. He looked or he or she, I don't really know which, looked a lot like Mew Mew Mittens actually, just a lot more black. When we said hi to him, he ran away so fast. Traumatic net control rods, versatile frameworks. Alright, let's take a peek at our versatile frameworks. Do we have those running again? I have a feeling we don't. It was a single one of these machines was doing it, I think. Is this one? Yeah, here we go. Okay. How many are stored in here? Actually, a good amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, 16, 24, 32 times 5 is 160, I want to say. 160 plus some, so 70. Let's say that's 180. We need 5 per. We need more. Many, many more. Yo, what's good, Ufio? It looked like he was flying. Yeah, sorry about that. I was a little late today. I got caught up with some cat business. Walk the dogs and so it's like I liken my life sometimes to like Animal Crossing or like Skyrim or something. At least when I go out into the yard, because there's always like a neighbor or like some sort of side quest going on. It's pretty good, but sometimes I wonder, is this how people live, or have I like activated some sort of mode? This is yeah, overflow. Okay. I think you can tell how your day's been. Hint, it's always this way. Yeah, that's stinky. Same here, you have a lot of animal missions. Yeah, you really do. You got a lot of quests. Panda, have you ever seen the YouTube channel, I Did a Thing? His content has kind of changed in the past couple years, but originally his content was, like he lives in Australia, and he would just, like, film the animals in his yard, and, like, just various, whatever side quests he would get up to with those. He's pretty funny. He eventually ended up going more towards the, like, engineering kind of side of YouTube. He was in the Creator Clash last time. He was the really tall guy. He won. At least the reason why it wasn't because of Goofy Lucinda. Well, that's good. It's little things. I can ruin my own day, thank you very much. I don't need your help. Why does this look to me as if we don't make enough coal? Or do we make just so barely enough? How are you at 67% capacity? 67%? Why? You're full. You are slowly draining though. Oh wait, no, you're slowly draining these. What? Oh wait, yeah, that's what's going on. Something like this. They can't output them quick enough. They're making them faster than they... Yeah, they make 90 per minute. That was my issue. Are they even... They're slugged, that's why. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. However, that is gonna be a bit of an issue with this coal thing. Anyone else have power slugs? One of them. A couple of them. Okay. You don't think so? You can't remember the name? Okay, yeah, no new updates. Yeah, I mean, in the summer, I tend to have... Obviously, there's, like, more creatures in my yard. But I get, like, beavers, groundhogs, possums, skunks, raccoons, foxes, weasels, all kinds of birds, 2 different kinds of squirrels, some rats. I get a lot of stuff. It's fun though. Granted, they're not all natives, but they're good. Time dog, you've decided to help you learn your new language. You're gonna write everything in your books in Korean. Ooh. Now it's making you learn so you can understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, you know, they say that writing things down is like a key part of the learning process. Oh, hi, Slider. Hi, buddy. Oh, do you want to go chase the kitty cat? Yeah, you want to hunt it? Do you want to eat it? Oh, you're such a cute boy. You're so cute when you want to kill things. Um, yeah, no, so it's like, you know, in classes, right? Taking notes actually like by hand, it it's different than just listening, right? Because you're not just taking the information in, you got to take it in and then process it and then output it. And it's just that many extra steps that really like internalizes it. So I think with he's cute, he wants to kill things. He's a good boy. He's a baby. He's got these big eyes. He doesn't know. He just knows that things are fun to chase, and they look like his toys, and they make squeaky sounds until they don't. Yeah. Oh, what am I? Did my game just freeze? Nope, it just auto-saved. I think, oh yeah, that's right. We got a bunch of foundries and a bunch of assemblers. 100 foundries and 200 assemblers was the mission I set out for myself. I was clearly very ambitious last time. If I remember correctly, what I wanted to do was go here, I think. I think I wanted to go here and build up the steel. We're gonna need a lot more steel. Honestly, I think to do it, to get all that stuff there, the best way is to bring a truck. Queue, transport, truck. Okay, I just need a few circuit boards. Let's go grab those. There we go. Truck. This is a big truck. Alright. Sort. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want to open workbench, so let's just stuff those in there for now. Buy us some space. I'm sure those miners will come in handy to some degree. Okay. Can I just store everything there? Sort. Yeah, I mean, good enough. Missing steel beams, ironic. Okay. This personal storage box, let's put things that actually are somewhat useful. All this stuff is actually useful for me. Alright, modular frames, those are made up here. I need 1,000 of them. That's not 1,000. That's 200. Well, we actually have 300, which is cool. boys are all going here. I don't think that there's 1,000 in this whole system. Just zoom all the way. I think there's 2 places that use them up here. 2 or 3. Sasha's teeth were really stinky last night. Oh, here's what I wanted. So I brushed her teeth, but she, obviously as a dog, was kind of like struggling and stuff. And I think she ended up getting a little bit of toothpaste on, like, near the back of her throat. And she was like snorting for like a minute or so, and I felt so bad. I was like, no, my baby. I'm just trying to keep you from getting horrible, nasty cavities. Because she could use an official tooth cleaning. There's her little stink. They've kind of always been that way, and I've tried cleaning them, but it's really tough. 3, 4. Alright, so now she'll be at 500. 6, 7, 8, 9,000. Let's grab one more thing just for good luck. You let Mimi Mittens bite you and it was a big mistake. Her teeth are so sharp and she doesn't realize how to play yet. Oof. Yeah, the only time she uses her teeth so far are probably just to eat and to catch things. She doesn't realize that biting is like it can hurt. Probably didn't play with her litter too much when she was younger. May have been like an only cat. Okay, so I have that. We need concrete, reinforced plate, and cable. That's actually way too much concrete. There we go. You know, you generally need more concrete than you think, so I'll do that. Cables, that's easy. Those live right here. We do seem to have a good backlog. So today you'll be playing with Socks all day to make her feel better. Oh, because Socks has been getting jealous? Oh, the poor baby. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You need to think of more roasts to cheer up. Yeah, you do, you do. Alright. Yo, Hayden Ollie, welcome back. Howdy. More roasts. We need more roasts. Ooh, yeah, we haven't had any new followers of Pandaism in a while. Yeah, we've been getting behind. Bink, bink, bink. Alright, so now I just need the rotors and the reinforced plates. And I do realize that there are some materials that I've thrown in these chests that I will want to grab back, but one thing at a time. Would you like to join the panda journey? Ooh. Ooh, that's a good way to phrase it. I like that. It sounds almost like Halo right there. Arbiter, would you like to join the panda journey? What? Okay, we're going over here. Dude, I'm so bad at roasts. I'm like racking my brain trying to think of something. I don't have that in me. My roast machine is broken. We need a lot more rotors. Actually, these homies go out. Yeah, I saw that. You're so ugly that Donald Trump stopped making walls. I don't know if I follow that one. I don't really know what that means. Oh. Production paused on you. Okay. You're also terrible at them? Yeah. My brain just doesn't work that way. I ain't got no lyrical miracle. He didn't want to build a wall to stop people coming to America? Yeah, but how would the ugliness factor into that? There we go. You didn't want to... You got one? Alright, yo, hit me with it. Oof, you got the raps. Got the roasts. He got the diss tracks that hurt the most. Don't make him mad, or you'll see. He'll point out why you're stinky. I don't know. I lost it there at the end. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to pandaism just yet. It's a big commitment. All right, so it was reinforced plates or something else we can hunt out while we wait for these rotors to do their thing. I believe that those live down here, as they always have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That seems good. Concrete cable. Yeah, it's only the rotors we need now, along with various other pieces of junk, such as cable. Cable and quick wire we're probably going to want. Probably want a single thing of motors. Probably an AI limiter. Don't think we need any of this. I don't think we need plastic anywhere. Okay, so that makes sense to me. Pandaism will wait for you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. What's going on with you, Hayden? Oh, yo, I did the I was playing Fortnite last night with my boys, and we got into some silliness. Did you know that the boats drive pretty well on land, and also they have rockets that are homing? Oh man, I got into some We had some shenanigans. Also, I played that Kid Leroy thing, and that was really strange. Like, I've always heard of the whole Fortnite concert thing, and I always, from an outside perspective, it seems like the most insane thing. So I played one to get a better understanding of the world, and it still feels like the most insane thing. I'm lucky my Fortnite works. Why is it broken for people? Your face is so ugly that 21 Savage turned 22. How about, I was trying to think of something with gargoyles, but it didn't flow in my brain. You look so freaky, they make statues of you to scare away birds from fields. I just go a little too big brain with this stuff. I'm a notorious overthinker. Alright, sweet. That's cool. Yo, you gotta go finish some homework? Yeah, yeah. Yo, enjoy your schoolwork, Hayden. GG. Oh, you like that one? Yo, thanks, Panda. Yo, hey, boss. Hey, boss. How you doing, noob? Boss. Oh, I'm bashing my head into a glass wall like a fly. Hi, doggy. Oh, the tennis ball. Hey, thank you. This one. This is a new one. So you guys know what tennis balls look like? Yo, what's good, John Luke? You know tennis balls have like the two cloth bits on them? There's like one that kind of is. There's two cloth bits that are each C-shaped and they interlock at 90-degree angles. Well, Slider ripped one off, but the other is still on. This is a very curious feeling thing. Not to mention it's covered in dog slime. My voice changes when I see the doggos. Well, yeah, they're my boys. They gotta know that I love them. Hello, pupper. Hi, Sasha. You want it? Oh, nope. Not a chance, girl. Okay. Come here. Come here. Oh, you want a little chin scratch? Do ya? There you go. Yeah, what's good, John Luke? How you doing? I actually see a couple of you guys are on Satisfactory right now. There's no way to hasten the rate of those rotors, so I could start my progress up there and then return for the motors or the rotors. That's a later point. Has rotor production ceased? What's happening here? Something seems wrong. Why do none of you make? You don't have screws. How did that happen? Where do the screws come from? I feel like I have a lot of screws being made, like, all the time. Oh, why the stream start a little later than usual? I kind of had to do some stuff out in the yard, and then as I was doing it, I stumbled on a stray cat that was like on my truck. These guys don't get steel beams anymore. So I just kind of got a little distracted with that thing. Thought I forgot to set it up. I'm glad to see you guys have confidence in me. Yeah, I just booted up. I booted up Satisfactory and just started playing and talking to myself. I set it up. I get the thumbnail. I start playing. Just forget to hit start streaming. Oh boy. Did you know your main account is owned by your dad while the second one is owned by you? That makes sense. Yeah, probably when you know your main account was created. Probably weren't old enough to really have an account on your own. That's only overflow. Problematic. Yeah, that's crazy. I think I set that to any. I think the only one I set to overflow is this. We need screws being made. But yeah, so that's probably why we were so low on rotors, because we had no, we had nothing going into them for a while. Yeah, so you got somewhere to put the overflow, so that's doing fine actually. And all the rest of those guys are going here. So yeah, we look like we're fully using them. Never type shut up because that is dangerously close to the U. You're building Satisfactory a train track to your second base currently. Yo, nice, dude. You bet it might happen one day, noob. You know, it's not impossible, I'll say that much. I've definitely done more foolish things. Okay, well this problem is slightly solved. I'm not entirely satisfied with its resolution. I will let it be though. Is this enough to feed all of these guys? It actually might be. Look at these insane amounts of screws coming in. That's the good stuff. You bet one day you'll forget to record. Yeah, because you could. How about you ship up? Your second base will be, you'll build a turbo motor factory. Yeah, you know, I think it's actually a really good idea to have separate hubs. If for no reason other than it gets so laggy. There are parts of this base that I can't even like really move in. Granted, that's partly due to the fact that I made a skate rink over there. But even like over here, it gets a little choppy just because there's so many assets doing so much. So having your bases split around the world does increase performance a bit. You're only loading so much at a time. Okay, so that looks better. I don't think I see rotors coming out yet, though. That might be a trickle-down process. Ooh, and you automated fuse frames? Dude, nice. That's actually a really big deal. One time someone said, "Shut up, axolotl man. You're infuriated. You roasted them so much that you started to run out." I was running out of roast juice. Even roast feast. And not a creature was stirring. Not even a mouse. And then the Grinch went up the chimney, leaving not even a crumb. Small enough for a mouse. Imagine that, a crumb not even big enough for a mouse. That is a small crumb, if I've ever seen one. One time, you want me to use for like a week. When they say that, they say, and dance with me. No, that's put on your red shoes and dance with me. Dated reference. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move on with our life with this amount of rotors, and we're gonna kind of let that sort of shake out in the background and maybe work on it a bit up there. But we're moving. We need fuel too in order to actually make this work. So let's grab a little bit of that. I should have some in here. One of these things should have a little bit of fuel floating in it. You put like 20,000 concrete in the train track, and you're only half the distance. Oof. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you look at the way the map is designed as you move around, there's areas where it's clearly like, oh, they wanted you to put a train track here. Storage. No, that's the dead storage. Like, there's spots you go to and you're like, oh, this, look, a perfect open valley that just goes from this this area that looks like it should be a hub to this area that looks like it should be a hub. Huh. I wonder what's happening here. Give me that workbench. Alright. What do you want to bet there's going to be some very, very essential item that we forgot to bring, and we're going to need to come back to get? Oh, you gotta go, Panda? Yo, GG! Have a pandaful day. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. Get out of my way. You better scramble like an egg before I make you into an omelet. What's the roast say? What does the roast say? Kids these days will never understand how much What Does the Fox Say took the internet by storm. Oh! These things are so tricky to handle. I don't think I can squeeze them. Oh! I didn't think I could. I doubted it. I doubted if I could. But then I could. It's a miracle. You must go. Yo, GG Jean-Luc. Appreciate you, man. Have a good one. Yo, good luck with the train tracks. Hopefully it doesn't give you too much of a pain in the butt. I feel validated for making this path now. Oh, no! No! They can't keep getting away with this! Yeah, I still feel valid in having this path. Oop. Despite all that. Oh god, we have no traction. You gonna list all your roasts on notes? Yeah, man. Someday you might want to reference them. One day when you're old, you might be like, oh yeah, didn't I like write a bunch of roasts that time? Do I still have those? Oh, he's quicker than me. What, you think you're better than me just because you're automated? And I'm crashing into stuff? No, he is better than me. No. This thing definitely has a propensity for flipping. I mean, it is fairly top heavy. Like a turtle. Okay. Whoa. I'm not entirely sure what just happened there. The tree just kind of threw me. These physics are quite something. Okay. As far as I care, that's good enough for me. So we have the single coal there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Make extractors. Yeah, I don't have any of the stuff for this. Oh, game. I'm gonna change the autosave interval. It's a little too often. Let's do it like every 45 minutes. Why'd the chicken cross the road? Because you were so fat, it left you behind. Yo mama so fat, when she sits around the house, she sits around the house. That's one of my favorites. That tickles me. Alright, map. Oh, it's ringtone time. You got a good ear for it, for sure. It kind of creeps up on me before I even realize. It's half past ringtone time. Yit, yit, yit. Yeah, I've definitely botched this a bit. I need more nobelisks, chainsaw stuff, and let's see, how many... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's just say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's just say 16 of these. Let's just store all, store all, store all. Fortunately, we have this hypertubes to take us back, so it won't be too long. Yo, so I got my shiny Ditto in Pokemon. Well, it was in yellow, but you can't see that it's shiny in yellow. But I was able to trade it up to Crystal, which means that my whole Pokemon scheme has finally come to fruition. Boosh. Yeah, because with Pokemon Home, you can transfer tube time Super Mario. Yeah, this is what happens in the loading screens of Super Mario. This is what they don't show you. Actually, that's an interesting way to set these up. Is with them sticking, like horizontally sticking up, like Mario tubes. So you gotta like jump in them. No, that actually does give me a bit of an idea. Yo, what's good, Noel? Okay. Portable miners. I don't think that they're too crazy. Sheets and rods. We just need a bunch of sheets and rods. I wish I could actually read this. There it is. So we need 48 turbo motors, supercomputers, fused mofos. Alright. How many supercomputers? 80. Ooh, just enough turbo motors just sitting right there. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, the fuse frames are going to be pretty far. We're going to have to go the whole way. Whatever, it's more time for the rotors to be constructed. You got another roast? Oh wait, oh yo no, you played CK3 on Xbox? How was it? So I'm assuming the mouse it still used a cursor, like a mouse-like cursor, but you just using one of the thumbsticks would move it around the map or around the screen. You're so ugly that your mom demanded a return when you were born. That's pretty good. You're so ugly, your mama tried to get a refund from the hospital. Boosh. She didn't have the receipt. Use left stick to use the UI, right stick to navigate. Oh. They got some big brains working on the, not the localization isn't the word, the ports. My brain would not have been able to come up with a way to sufficiently map Crusader Kings to a controller, but it sounds like it works pretty well, so that's really cool. Where are you playing as, are you playing as Hungary? Are you trying to unite the kingdoms? With a kingdom? You got a roast? Yo, hit me with it. What's the difference between me and you? I got a low IQ, but you're just as fat. Is that ego? My brain is like returning static right now. Where is my... Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Right? I'm dumb, right guys? You got attacked randomly by Bulgaria. You gave your daughter to some random country. Oof. Yeah, you know, it's real... I still have trouble with Crusader Kings with marrying out. Because sometimes marrying your daughters out can be very beneficial for you, but other times it just kind of gives claims to your kingdom to the rest of the world. Also, like, sons are also a bit... I mean, they both offer different struggles, depending on how your kingdom is set up. But one of the leading plans I've seen is to have That country really went, we want your daughter. I mean, to be honest, happens more often than happened more often than you think. A large amount of, you know, medieval and earlier politics have to do with marriages and stuff like that, and lots of kidnappings. I mean, the whole Trojan War thing, right? They betrayed you. I wanted to have an ally with that country, so you gave them your daughter, and then they betrayed you. Oh. Was the marriage finalized, or was she still, were they betrothed but not, or like engaged but not married? Because I think that once they're married, the alliance is like there for good, until you, pass your throne on to your child, at which point the alliance is broken. Because like apparently in medieval warfare, I don't care who my sister's married to. I only care about who my children are married to. Oh, Noob is seeing Noob. Noob is waking up. Noob is doing the opposite of Snorlax in each of the games. In every single consecutive Pokemon game, Snorlax goes from sleeping to waking up. Just it's all just a slow phase of him waking up across 20 years. And Noob's doing it in reverse in a speed run. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Man, don't ask me these questions. I don't even know how to declare wars. It's a little tricky to declare the wars. So if you want to, like the actual physical way to do it, first you need a casus belli. So that's basically just like a reason for the war, a cause basically. There's plenty of different ones. Depending on your culture, you might have like by default an invasion casus belli on your neighbors. Otherwise, you might need to resort to holy wars and stuff. Alright, let's check the motor factory again one more time before we go. Some of this stuff is like unrecognizable to me at this point. But yeah, so as long as you have a casus belli, you can then go to the profile of the country that you want to fight, like their leader, and the equivalent of right-click on them, and there should be a drop-down, and it should say declare war on the top. And then it's a matter of choosing which war and which war goal. Ooh, a single rotor. Wow. Oh! Noob got all the faces. No, Noobinator. Alright, let's go. In here, I'm ready to leave this factory for good. I just want to take a little peek, see if it's still cooking. Yep, they're good. Ah, that's not the right button. Alright. It's wild how much work needs to be done just to do one thing. Like, I want to make these magnetic modules, but to do that, I need to make an entire 100 large steel factory. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. You're playing CK3 now, so you're gonna try again? Word. Here we go. I didn't mean to push your buttons. I was just looking for the mute one. That's actually pretty good. was like, I'm like, why am I stuck crouching? Okay. Finally here. Look at my kingdom, I was finally there. Sit on my throne as the Prince of... What's this planet called? Ah! Yeah, I forgot 2 things. Oh well. I don't necessarily need to blow this stuff up, but it would have been nice. Rods and plates. Rods and plates. Alright, and equipment workshop. Hey, 61, that is enough. You're playing as almost Arpad. Nah, I was looking for the off switch. Almost was the founder of Hungary. That's cool. Now you're gonna try as a Viking. I actually find that the Vikings are really, really easy start. Because they have the ability to raid. So it's really difficult to grow as a kingdom tier realm in Crusader Kings, or sorry, a feudal realm. Like, you need money to make money. So unless you have enough of your holdings upgraded, you're gonna have a bad time. So being either clan or what's the other word? Tribal? Yeah, being clan or tribal is really great because you can you gain the ability to raise raiders. And now with raiders, you can just go. You don't need to declare war. You can just go into enemy territory and start fighting them and stealing their money. And in addition to stealing their money, you also get prestige equal to the amount of money you steal. Plus, as a tribal government, you use prestige a lot more often than you use gold. So you get to save up like all of your gold for forever, build up some buildings, and then eventually swap over to feudal. I think I might want to set this factory up right down here. I don't know if I want to do cliff top or cliffside. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe we do up here, over here. That should be fine. You know what? Let's just make it flush. I'm gonna use the 4 meter, but I'm gonna start flush with the top. Hold on, wait. I don't think I want that kind of foundation. There we go. So yeah, I have, what was it, 100 things planned? Oh, I'm gonna need steel pipe. So that's something I forgot to do. Rip. Probably have some floating around. There we go. Yo, what's going on, meme vloggers? You're not gonna be posting for a while. You're at a family thing. Well, hey, yo, I appreciate you stopping in just to say hey. You're the man. How you doing? Alright, you're trying the Viking now. Okay, so you're in. So what's the first step? Alright, so you're in as the Viking. So what I would do is, step 1 is take a peek at your neighbors. Get kind of a sense for how strong everyone is and what. Oh, your uncle has cancer? Oh my god, dude. That's not that's all. That's terrible. I'm sorry. I hope the treatment goes well and he's able to kind of recover without too much complication. It's getting worse. Oh. That's terrible. I'm sorry. Oh, he can't have treatment? He's got some other medical thing going on. The trial didn't go well. Oy. I'm so sorry. That's really scary. Yeah, I know. Good luck. God bless you guys. Cancer is one of those things that I'm like constantly afraid of. Like, I would call it an irrational fear, but it's extremely rational. Later, dude. Have some nice conversations with him. Talk about, you know, fun stuff. You thought the armpit emoji was a skull emoji? Oof. Yeah, that would be very, very bad taste. Yeah, no, talk to him about, you know, stuff he likes to do, fishing. Try and get his mind off of things, you know. If it was, yeah, dude, that would be not good. There's a small country north of yours. But yeah, no, definitely pick his brain, you know. It's the kind of thing where it might be nice for him to talk about stuff he like used to do when he was younger, or you know, try and dig up old memories to not think about what's going on right now, because it's really scary. Or like ask him for advice in life, you know. It's like, be truthful about like stuff that you're going through and be like, hey, how would you help me? Like, what would you do in this situation? Because I mean, as an uncle, I live for the day that my nephew asks me for life advice. I've been like saving up all of my experiences to eventually share it with someone. So if anyone has like a genuine, you know, if there's anyone I can help with the things that I've done and experienced, I mean, it's a waste if I don't share it. So yeah, I don't know. There's a small country north of yours. So what you should do is go to your the where you raise your army, the little flag, and there's a button underneath raise men at arms for just raise local raiders. And so that's gonna pull up pretty much all of your troops. But they're gonna have like a little like fire icon next to their number. And so that shows you that they are a raiding army and not an actual like warfare army. And then you just want to be careful and go kind of. I think it only works when you stomp on their whole castle holding, but I'm not sure. Oh, the troops. Yeah, so if you click on the little red flag, like right next to your capital, there's gonna be like a tiny little red flag. So if you click on that, a pop-up's gonna show up, and there's gonna be a few different options. There's gonna be like raise local army, raise all troops, raise only men at arms, and then raise local raiders. So you want the local raiders. And then once they're raised, just send them right into that country right above you, right north of you. And they should immediately start sieging. Dang it. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go back. Alright. Nobelisks, chainsaw stuff, steel pipe. Now, what's really cool about the Viking type people is that most of the time you can only raid other people who are like adjacent to you. But because you're a Viking, you can raid across seas. So you can send your boys just on a boat and just go wherever you want to siege, to you know, raid and take prisoners and whatnot. Because one of the best things you get out of the raids isn't just the gold and the prestige. Those are great, but even better are the prisoners. Because you can get some really good prisoners that you can convert and whatnot and add them to your court. Sometimes you'll find people who are good wives. Sometimes there's good ransoms that are worth even more than the raid itself. Prisoners are definitely where it's at. You captured some random ass wife. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you could make her your concubine. I'm fairly certain that that's like an option, if you so desire. Like, let's say she had a genius stat. Genius is one of the best congenital traits that you could get. So you know, there's no one in your kingdom with it. There's no easy way to get into your family line. But you raid someone, you happen to get someone's wife who has genius. Bada bing, bada boom. There it is. Okay, so yeah, let's take these. I only need 200 or 800, sorry. So that's all 4 of these should work. And her son? Cool. So if she holds land, I think that you have to ransom her. I don't think you can keep her. But if she's unlanded, then you can keep her if you want. What do you do with them? Alright, so if you go to your... I would either ransom them, or if you want to keep them, negotiate release, and then recruit and possibly convert faith, if you can. You have too many people in your court of varying faiths, a lot of times it's going to lead to a lot of resistance factions and stuff. None of these look like nobelisks to me. I need the boom. You can ransom? Yeah, just do that. You're gonna get more prisoners anyway. It's not like they're you know, necessarily the world's greatest. So yeah, just ransom them away, and then you'll have a bunch of gold, and then send your boys somewhere else. One thing you might want to keep track of though is on your troops, they have a there's 2 things going on. There's a supply limit and a limit for the amount of gold that they can take at once. So if they have too much gold that they're carrying, they can't raid anymore. There's literally nothing they can do. So you got to send them home to deposit that, and then go back out. Yeah, I was having a lot of trouble with Crusader Kings, trying to like figure out how to get my country to come out of poverty, until I figured out raiding. Now, if you want to play a feudal society and not a tribal or clan, it's a little trickier, but the best way to make money as a feudal society is through increasing your vassal taxes. So you want to get hooks on all of them, and then negotiate their contract, and slowly, bit by bit, increase the amount of money and levies they pay you, while reducing the amount of things that you have to do for them. Such as, sometimes they'll want like a guaranteed council position. You know, it's like, no, get out of here. Invalid placement. Do these things respawn or something? Oh. There's definitely some respawning going on. Or maybe I just never cracked this. Axolotlian spy moment. Yo, we just got Ufio just creeping. Espionagio. Ufio. Mamma mia. Ah, yep, there's one more. Axolotl. Okay. Clearly that's not like actually set up, but it's somewhat set up. It's just one step in the process. Jump. Now, one of my favorite things to do. Oh, also as a Viking, if you have the I think on Game Pass they have the Game of the Year edition, but it might not be. But if you have the Northern Adventurers DLC, it's really cool because it expands basically the things that the Vikings can do. Not by too much, but it gives them a new type of war, like an invasion type war is what it's called, which works very differently from every other war type in the game. When you do one of the Viking invasions, you give up the land that you live on, but you take an entire kingdom. So you basically just swap places. So let's say you did like a Viking invasion on like Brittany, but you started in Iceland. You now are Brittany, but with the Viking culture and the same guy. And Iceland is just like an ally. They're just someone else. It's pretty cool. Alright, so we got this. I'm just gonna pop these here. Don't worry about them. There's an imposter among us. Among us. Okay. Amognus. I am seeing some of the stuff right there. Is that where it is? Yeah. So we have the one there. I see, right? So the other ones are going to be kind of around the water line, it seems. Maybe just in the front. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not far. That's very far. Okay. Oh. Here I go, falling again. So yeah, one of my favorite places to send my raiders when I'm the Norse in Crusader Kings is actually Spain. Spain and the north coast of Africa are incredible because they're both pretty decentralized. There's just a lot of small minor powers and not too many alliances. And what's even cooler with Spain is you can kind of add to it a little metagame. Like Spain basically is going through a struggle between Islam and Christianity, and you can influence that if you want. If you think maybe the Christian states are a little too powerful. maybe I want to, you know, weaken him a bit. You could help the Muslims take Europe, or get a nice foothold in Iberia, and then that'll help them kind of do more damage in Europe, and then have it be easier for you to fight them, you know, because you're like a third party at that point. Thing 1 and thing 2. Auxillary. 4-meter foundation. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I see a spooter friend over there. There you go. Make it look all pretty. There we go. Oh, I forgot. It's gonna do its fun little jumpy thing on me. Where are you, buddy? Come here, Mitch. Get got. Get absolutely bopped. Sugoi. Okay, see, there's those two. I'm just gonna kind of pop that there haphazardly for right now. Ah. All right, now you're playing as Hungary. Cool. Yeah, I think Hungary starts as feudal, if I remember correctly. So what you're going to want to be very worried, the first thing you want to do when you do a new start is take a look at your small council, or at your council. Make sure that they are all competent, and even more preferably is competent and a vassal. Preferably a powerful one. And even better than that is if they're also part of your dynasty. But it's in that order, really. Although as you get bigger, powerful vassal tends to take a bit of precedence over competency, but to a degree. Production, minor threes. Nice. That's not a knife. This is a knife. I think this is the last one I need. Right? No, there's a couple more. I think I need all but 13 of these or something like that. You just started and Bulgaria is already attacking you? Oof. Uh, sometimes it's not the worst idea to um, swear fealty to a larger nation and then grow yourself and then break free. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can bop this thing. Ah. Try my best to bop them out of the air. Bop. That should be all of it. Yeah. Where's the last bit? Alright, there we go. How can you form an alliance? Alliances are tricky, so they're formed in a few different ways. So number one is a marriage. So simply engagement doesn't count. It needs to be like an actual solidified marriage. So a daughter who's at least 16 and a son who's at least 16 get married. Following that, there's also you can do a befriend scheme. So I believe you need to go down the diplomacy tree a little bit. I think it might be a first tier perk, so you may want to grab that. But once you befriend someone, you can then form an alliance. On top of that, there's also if the person you want to ally with is your family. Generally, I think your child. So, like, let's say you have an empire and you just gave a bunch of land to one of your children to, to watch over it for you. You can ally with them. Like any landowning, direct family member. I don't think it applies to the entire dynasty, but I think it's direct family. If they own land, you can form an alliance. Not direct family, immediate family would be the word. Obviously, if I'm building 100 of these things, this is going to need to be much larger. think I already got that thing. I know the best... I don't think I actually have the cluster bomb yet, but that is apparently the best one for clearing out stuff like this. Wait, is this not plugged in? Oh, we hit our 45 minutes. I definitely prefer the 45-minute autosave. Truck station, I'll just power you from that. Why not? I feel like this is something that should connect to there. And we're gonna do one of these guys. Yo, you gotta go? Yo, GG Noel, good luck, dude. Hopefully I helped a bit. Alright, so yeah, I want this tree gone right here. Let's swap this for this. Craft bench. Crank these out. It's gonna be more than enough. Alright, we got all that. Now let's get our solid biofuel. We don't need all of this, but, you know. $56 is probably more than enough. I don't want to sit here all day making that stuff. Get rid of this thing. It's a good amount of space to work with for building. Let's get rid of this guy too. I think I want the facility to kind of cover this entire quadrant. It's gonna be big. Like, this whole landmass should be part of it. 'Cause, I mean, look at it. We need 100 foundries and 200 assemblers. Big Electric doesn't want me to be flying around like that. It's all conspiracy. Nope. Zoop. 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 Yeah, I had a feeling that one was happening. I'm actually going to build this part over on top of that. I think it's going to kind of create a cool look. Alright, here we go. How you doing, Ufio? Enjoying being a spy? Espionage mode. Activate. Yeah, nice. That's my boy. Yeah, these don't necessarily need to look super duper pretty, they just need to allow me to fly. And be not visible. How far do I bring this? Oh, come on. Think and think. I'm not sure if I continue it further or not. I think at this point we need to start constructing stuff and start planning things out.
Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Alright, so I want to, let's use the customizer here. Materials, we'll do the asphalt. Alright, so the building starts after this line. Yo, you're back! Welcome back, Hayden. How'd the schoolwork go? So yeah, the more important one is going to be the foundries. So alright, there's only the one recipe for steel ingots at the moment. We can mess it up later, but for now, it's 45 per minute. Taking 45 per minute in each, that's pretty good. Now, with these at minor mark 3, we can kind of safely assume they make at least 450. So we can put 10 for each coal, let's say. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Not sure where I got 100 from, but that might be... Yeah, I'm actually not sure where I got 100 from. Maybe I included these two. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Still not quite enough, I'm sure. Not, I'm sure if I overclock them, they'll be fine. Alright. We'll give at least one square on each side for the boundaries. In fact, I kind of like the idea of 2 squares. Now, do I want them inputting one way and outputting the other? I think I do. Boom. Two, three. It went good. Now you're eating some steak? Yo, you're living good. Nice. Let's grab more of those rotors. One, two, three. 4, 5. Wait. How did I do that? Here we go. That's what I wanted. I moved it up one too many by accident. Is Oof still here? Yeah, we got Oofio. He's just kind of lurking right now. I think he's working on schoolwork too. 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Factory's actually pretty reasonably sized. I may need to expand it out that way though if I'm going to be doing 50 plus. Although I can use multiple floors, so we'll see. Now let's use our brains here. Let's say 1 for in out, and 1 to break, and 1 for in out for them. So I'd like to put this lined up here. It's a lot of space between these, but it's not like we need to make it compact. Four, 5. 6. 7. Also, I like the nickname for him being Oofs. It's pretty good. Good old Oofs. Oofio. Fortunately, I have just the thing. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. So we got 1, 2, 3. So you guys are gonna start there. Alright, modular frames now. Workbench. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I go further. I think I go further and make all 5 on the one floor. I think this facility would look really cool to be that big. I'm sure if I did math, I could tell exactly how many of these I'm going to need, but we'll be fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3. That guy. 1, 2, 3. I need more. 5, 6. All right, nice. Just need more frames right now. I think this factory might be one of our nicest looking ones once it's done. Don't want to jinx it, but 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You went to let your chickens out and the gate was frozen shut? Dude, I've had that happen before too. It's crazy. Yeah, back when I had chickens a few years ago, having to like walk across the field in the snow to like feed them and let them out and do their thing, it was such a pain in the butt, but so worth it. I'd like to have birds again. I just my setup just isn't really conducive for them anymore. I mean, I just spent $12 on a loaf of bread and a dozen eggs this morning. Quite literally, not a single other thing purchased. That's pretty bad. You have free eggs, dude. Dude, it's insane the amount of eggs that chickens produce. The fact that there's like a quote-unquote egg shortage going on right now really does not calculate in my brain. That should not be possible. Chickens lay at least approximately like 1 egg a day. And if fertilized or unfertilized, I think it's still the same rate of laying. So, given enough time, given like 3 or 4 months, the egg-laying chicken population should be able to like triple. Just hatch more eggs. Yeah, your fridge is full of them. It's hard to not have a fridge full of them when you own chickens. There's no snooze button for egg laying. They do it forever. Oh, hello. Like, I was giving my neighbors free eggs on the daily. This limp you have is really killing you? Yeah, that stinks. Okay, this guy's gotta die. You need to leave me alone. It's the way of the world. I think with that, I should be able to fly pretty much everywhere, uninterrupted. It's just super annoying to be flying around this thing and not able, or moving around this thing and like having inconsistent flight. Okay, so boom, that's 50 right there. Okay, so let's say we wanted beams. Okay, so I'm gonna do some math here. Calculator. We have 50 times 45. 2,250 divided by 60. We need 37 and a half. Yo, you got cows too? Dude, I wish I had cows. Although, I am a little intimidated by them because I know that they're not exactly easy to take care of. They require a lot. Hmm. Howdy! You're studying school and it's very, very hard. Howdy, partner. What are you studying? What's the topic? Okay. You know how to say it in English? Hmm. Fair. Fair and valid. Okay, let's build some walls right here. Oh, hey, why'd this reset? Why would they do that? What? What? Here we go. Think, bank. Your brother won't stop yelling. Oof. Is he yelling at anything specifically, or is it just like he's like playing video games and screaming at the screen? You gotta go for a bit? Yo, GG Ufio. It's like code block codes and stuff. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like programming, but with the blocks. That's pretty cool. I'm okay with leaving this little. Oh, not with blocks? Oh. Yeah, because I know that the like modern coding systems have that like visual, like the blueprint. Oh, code blocks is a program? Okay. Oh, he's playing with his toy cars? Oh, I mean, he's just having fun. Alright, so we have What's this? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Fantastic. So that means I can do here. Okay, so this would be number 8. So this is the middle. Okay, I can do the same thing over here. Six, 7. And 1 in the middle, and then 7. And the lessons and program codes are very long and complicated. I mean, hey, it's probably means you're learning something, right? The fact that it's complicated and difficult means it's at least not like a waste of your time. Oh, not necessarily, but if it's challenging, that means there's probably some sort of learning going on. Like, obviously you don't learn from something that's literally impossible, but as long as it's a challenge and not impossible, it's probably a good thing. Okay. How far does this go? Repetition is the mother of learning. Yeah, exactly. But it's repetition, but you also need to have an interest. It's very difficult to convince yourself to learn something that you are completely disinterested in. That's why there's people who do different kinds of things in life. Okay, so I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to 9. And we'll have a double center pillar here. There we go. Think. Send that out. And done. Alright, first floor walls are done. I think they may not be... Are they tall enough? Yeah, they are tall enough. I may want to make it 1 higher just to make this room... Give this room a bit more of an impressive feeling. You're not disinterested in the programming, but you're not the most interested. Yeah, that makes sense. That seems like a pretty normal place to mentally be at with it. It's interesting, but it's not something that you necessarily see as your passion or your future career. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I'll learn it. It's cool. It's nice to know how things work, but I don't know if it's for me. That seems reasonable. Let's pop this there. Something out. Oh. I kind of want to mentally prepare for the idea of making this like 2 floors of these foundries, but I think that might be a bit excessive. If I need to stretch it further, I could probably go further up that way. I do wish I used blueprints more often, but it just with the way that I build, I found that they're not as useful as I wanted them to be. They're a little tricky to use. Yo, you're back? Welcome back, Hayden. What you eating for lunch? And did you bring enough for the rest of the class? Steak? A. Is that a steak from one of your own cattle? I'm assuming the cattle you have are just dairy, but you never know. Howdy. Oh. There we go. There we go, and one more. You can't wait for Red Dead, dude. Yeah, for real. I love me Red Dead. That game is so much fun. It's nice that I have a little bit of time off from it though, so I like really itching to hop back into it. I just got so many games that I like to play. There's too much good stuff out there. Okay. Now the fun thing about the assemblers is that they're going to be a lot easier to set up. Production. Assembler. Alright, so here's where we need the reinforced plates. Probably going to need more cable too. Open workbench. Send these guys in. This stuff can go Garbo. Yeah, I don't want to study no more. Yeah, it can be grueling. Based on what you say, Ovidiu, and also what Noel says, it really sounds like schools in that area of the world, like in Eastern Europe, are actually really, really good. Like, yeah, it seems like it's a lot of work, and they're kind of really kicking your butt. But you guys seem like you're learning a lot, so it does seem to be effective, which is cool. Unlike the schools near me, which are getting consistently defunded and dismantled. Depends on how you put it. I mean, listen, this state school system for my state just mandate, like they updated their policy and they're mandating a discrimination and racial ideology course into the gen ed credits. It's insane. I'm so sick of this racism. Like, I was raised to treat people based on who they are, and like, out of nowhere, this movement that's like, you'll never be anything more than the color of your skin, and everyone's all about it. Like, ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. It's so annoying. And like, Dude, everyone eats it up too. Crazy people. Well, I mean, my theory is that it's literally just leftover psyops from the Cold War. Like, just because the Soviet Union fell doesn't mean that all the agents that were, you know, working on espionage just stopped their psyops. They just found someone else to pay them. It's not like intelligence agencies go away just because the government went away. Those things will stand the test of time. Oh, people are being... Dude, I pray for all the individuals that are getting scammed. Because it's like... The Ukrainian war thing, it's not even really about what it's about, I don't think. It's about the West trying to project its power right on Russia's doorstep. Russia obviously doesn't want that. But both sides are the aggressor, is the issue. I just don't... Man, too many people, like, actual people, are having their lives destroyed for this. And it's like, once again, just political baseball. If you're not wrong, Romania has the highest rate of school abandoning in Europe. Really? You see, here in the States, if you abandon school under a certain age, they literally have, like, officers come, and they'll, like, arrest your parents if you're too delinquent. It needs to be pretty excessive, right? But yeah, they take it pretty seriously. They gotta have you in the system somehow. Yeah, they won't arrest your parents, but they will give them a very, very big fine. Okay, that makes sense. I better than arresting, but still, yeah. I mean, you do want people to graduate school. You know, better education is objectively a good thing. However, it seems like they don't give you a lot of time to like rest and relax and like decompress. I've given this analogy a billion times and I'll give it again. Plants do, you know, everyone knows plants absorb sunlight to grow, but they don't do that growing while they're getting the sunlight. They do it at night. You can't process everything that you've taken in while you're still taking more in. You're not going to digest while you're eating. And just like you're not going to learn while you're still studying, like, or you're not going to like process your thoughts while you're still adding more. You're just kind of overloading the buffer and exhausting the kids. Stressing them out, increasing their cortisol levels. Not good. Now these don't need to be quite a space, but you know. You have dairy cows and beef cows? Yo, nice. That's actually really cool. So you guys have like a full legit setup. You said you're in Mississippi, right? And you'll have to pay for the class where your result can't be calculated. Oh, what? That's wild. Now in situations like that though, I believe your parents just file for you to be homeschooled. That's not going to be the issue, but then you need to do the homeschool stuff. You actually need to do the assignments and be signed off. They don't want like complete delinquency, for better or for worse. I think I can use more of these, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So this is 40. I think I need... Let's see, what was my math? Actually, I think it was 37 and a half. Calculator. Yes, 37 and a half. They made schools very complicated to understand in Romania, and you don't mean the subjects. Oh, you just mean like the system by which they organize things? Yeah, that's... Like the whole school system, yeah. The US school system is pretty outdated. I mean, they are definitely working to change things bit by bit, but unfortunately, they're politically motivated and not like motivated for the betterment of the children. A lot of it is just repeated patching of the Prussian system of the 19th century. You know, yeah, how's it going, journalist? You know, I'm not too familiar with the history of the education system as it stands. Is that where modern education systems as we know it came from Prussia? Like at least the bureaucracy of it. Huh. That's crazy. You know. I could Google it and find out the truth, or I can accept that as good enough and live my life knowing a half-truth. Big fan of half-truths over here. Your school system suffered a lot since the fall of the Communist Empire. Yeah, I mean, hey, an entire restructuring of government will tend to do that, you know? That's reasonable. Okay, so now these guys... Wait. Assemblers. Assemblers? Why would I need that many assemblers? I think I needed manufacturers. I think I just a silly. What else could I have planned for 100 foundries and 100, 200 assemblers? I think I meant the other thing. Oof. You didn't like the communist Romania, but you have to say by the time that you were communist, the schools were way better than now. Ah. That is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they had like basically the bureaucratic model had already been like sorted out, and just it was just a matter of like replicating it. Whereas building it from the ground up is going to be very piecemeal, very patchwork. Early 19th century American educators were also fascinated by the German educational trends. In 1818, John Griscom gave a favorable report to the Prussian education. That's insane. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, though. You know, the United States is only 200 years old. It's or 250, I guess, at this point. It is a smart thing to do to look to those who have already solved these problems and replicate. It's kind of like society, may I say? Steak smells so good, yo. Most northern states adopted one version or another of the system he established in Massachusetts, especially the program for normal schools to train professional teachers. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, the university I went to used to be a normal school. I had classes in the old building, uh, on like my senior year, and it was actually, I believe, a teacher's school, which I guess would be is what normal school is. At the time, that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. A few more than I need. 1, 2, 3. How can you declare war? So you want to find the person that you want to declare war with, and then so if you select them, right-click on their face. There should be a drop-down menu for declare war. But you need to have the casus belli. But like education needs to be reconstructed from the ground up with the. Yeah, I agree. The models that we've had, everything's different. The internet changed everything extremely quickly. Like kids don't learn the same way they used to. They learn a lot quicker. But it's also attention spans are shorter. So like thorough, deep, in-depth information is a bit harder to access, but I think cursory information is a lot easier for them to understand. Ooh. Knowing stuff isn't important. Critical thinking and knowing how to. I agree. Yeah, it's not necessarily being able to look at information and remember it. It's being able to look at information and process what that means in the context of. I mean, in out of context too. In context and out of context. It says your armies are raised. Oh yeah. So you probably are still raiding. So you need to select your troops and then disband army. It also costs money. Like raised troops are more expensive than unraised troops. So if you're not actively raiding, you should put them away. Well, but here's the thing, generalist. Critical thinking is no longer the like something that they even have like any what's the word? Motivation to teach kids. If you teach kids to be critical thinkers, then they'll be it's harder to make them into followers. A poorly educated populace is a lot easier to manipulate. And pretty much everything that's happened for the past 20 years has been working towards that goal. Switching from EU4 to CK3 is peak whiplash regarding raised troops. In EU4, you raise armies before the war. Really? Yeah, I mean, in my brain, it makes sense to have the troops raised before the war. I mean, or really, like, at any time, right? I get that there's a difference between a standing military and, like, you know, having troops in reserve or whatever. But especially back then, who's auditing these kingdoms and is like, oh, no, 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 you're breaking the rules of engagement. You cannot declare war. Like, is there like a council of eunuchs somewhere on top of a mountain, you know, who's gonna smite whichever war leader breaks his casus belli? You mean you don't share that jaded view? Hold on, I'm pasting, and pasting. Share that jaded view. I think the problem is that schools are incentivized or rewarded based on standardized tests, which are all based on memorization and knowledge. Yeah, that too. But also part of it is that they want there are results that they want, and they're willing to skew education to get those results. Like, rather than actually trying to get the results the right way, they're trying to get them like the backwards way. Like, instead of teaching children to get better scores, they're just lowering the standards. Steak with salad? Yo. That's a good meal. Get some red onions in that? You're living good. I'm definitely a bit jaded though. I've never really had much respect for authority. I feel like every time I've seen, authority do its thing, it's always working like counter to what you would want it to be doing. I think it stems from me being bullied by my school administration when I was a young lad. Alright, so those are all pasted, so it's just a matter of setting them up. They should all be set to do the correct stuff. You're jaded, but you're not that conspiratorial. I don't know. There's only so much coincidence that I'm willing to believe. Which I know is it definitely puts me on track to be a bit of a loony, but yeah, whatever. A lack of intentional design. Yeah, no, you do bring up a good point. The thing is, there's no end goal, right? In all of this like nonsense, there's never like no one ever presents a solid picture for like what they want things to look like. They just point out the things that they want to change, like individually, which sometimes is good and sometimes kind of is not covering the full picture. But yeah, no, most of human behavior comes from incentive structures. So if the right incentives are there, the behaviors will match. What the heck? This looks kind of neat. You died. Oh, GG, dude. You gotta go. See you, Hayden. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that the thing is with a conspiracy is that being able to organize that many people to do one thing is insane. Like, if you've tried to organize a D&D group to meet every week, you would see how impossible it is to get any two people to do anything. on the same level. So that is where any sort of conspiratorial not stuff does kind of dry up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's an explicit intention for creating sheeple. I think it's more implicit. It's one of those things that you kind of just is better off unsaid. Like, they all know it, they just don't say it. And I don't think it's, but like, once again, I don't think that there are people like conversing about this. I think it's just sort of like marketing departments study human psychology and they find that, you know, Coca-Cola statistically sells more with the college dropout or the high school dropout population. So then Coca-Cola is then going to lobby for more high school dropouts. That's just an example, but I think it's once again that's more of the incentive structure thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the point of educating your population if you're the government? Like, what do you want after, you know, spending all that money and all that time on these children? Like, what's the end goal from it? You want profit, you know, workers who make a lot of money for the you know, the economy. Nowadays, it's all about appealing to voters. But I mean, it shows, as you said, whichever candidate spends the most money wins. It's like 9 times out of 10. If you have more money, you get more votes. And if I have a lot of money and I make money from bad behavior, I'm going to pay the people who are going to make sure that bad behavior continues. Missing more AI limiters. You messed it up. That's alright. Wars are tough. Yeah, try again. Sometimes in CK though, you gotta roll with you know, a lost war or two here and there, because it's about telling the story. You know, sometimes you gotta lose a war and then come back. From what you can tell, there's basically no call for education reform. Yeah, right. No one cares. I mean, that's the thing about education is once you're out, you don't care. Just the banned books, yeah, and the racial theory stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's not structural, it's social. At least you're starting to understand the game a bit. Dude, that's awesome. That's how it goes. It's a really, really complicated game, so it's only ever going to be, like, understood piece by piece, like, each play. That's really cool, though, dude. I love that game so much, so the fact that I helped have one more person learn to love it too is, like, really rad. I think people who complain that their kids are being taught CRT should have to read Hegel. That's, what was it? The Hegelian, well, it's where everything's, like, transactional, right? Dialectics, that's what it was. Yeah, where, yeah, it's everything is, like, everything's a reaction to something else. It's all, everything's a pendulum. critical thinking is underpinned by dialectics. Yeah, I mean, yeah, makes sense. You kind of need to be able to think critically in order to kind of see the associations and stuff. Can you stop a war somehow? Kind of. You can, if you're winning a little bit but not a lot, you can do what's called a white peace, which is kind of like both sides saying, it's not worth it. I don't win, you don't win. Otherwise, you got to capitulate, which means let them win and enforce whatever war goals they want on you. Not saying that some of the crazy stuff kids are being taught isn't crazy, just that it's not really CRT. I mean, there's definitely some crazy stuff, for sure. I do think that critical race theory is a bit off the mark. I'm more of a fan of what's the word of it? God, why can't I think of the freaking word? A meritocratic system, right? Like the current like social conversation, let's say, is all about like how intersectional your oppression is and how many different slices of ways society has wronged you. And like that's really not the best way to look at the world. There's no end goal of that leads to happiness or a good life. It also like reduces the concept of like your personality to what you are instead of who you are. So it's like, oh yeah, you're black, you must struggle with racism every day. And it's like, no, I have a lot of friends of all races. I you know, I live in a nice neighborhood. You know, I just a normal person. I mean, it's a lot to unpack, but you don't think CRT is inherently anti-meritocratic, just that it's focused on relationships of oppression. Bro, Bulgaria formed an alliance, lol. The problem isn't the model, it's when you only use the model. Yeah, I think that's fair. Because it's not incorrect, per se, to take that into account when considering policy. But it's like, at a certain point, are we still blaming the Civil War? Like, at what point has that shaken its way through the generations? Like, I'm only 2 generations removed from the Great Depression, you know? In fact, only 1. Technically, my father was in his 50s when he had me, and I was, wait. Yeah, I think he was in his 50s when he had me. 50s or 60s. And I was born in the 90s, so he was born in like the 30s. Like, generational trauma comes from many different sources, not just, racial oppression. Plus, you know, talk to any, you know, immigrant group from, I don't know, let's say El Salvador, or, I don't know, the Uyghurs. I feel like they got a bit more. You can blame it on the lack of social mobility. Yeah, I agree. The U.S. basically has a caste system. For lack of a better word. One thing that really was frustrating, and it actually highlighted the fact that we have a caste system to me, was right after I had finished college, I was trying so hard to get a job, like any sort of like actual desk job. I just wanted to work in an office. I didn't care what I did. I just wanted to have like just a normal job with a regular schedule, because I'd spent so many years working in a cafe or in a restaurant or in a movie theater. So all these like little like side jobs that, you know, they're kind of lousy part-time jobs, but I kind of had to do it in order to make ends meet and pay my way through college. You know, pay for rent and stuff. But the thing is, when I was applying for jobs and stuff, I had that stuff on my resume along with my internship and my college degree. But all the places, all they saw was, oh, this guy only works in food service and stuff. I'm not hiring him. Well, what's he know about anything? Like, completely negating the fact that, like, you could be more than that, you know? Like, they look at what you've done and label that as who you are and all you'll ever be. It was an incredibly frustrating experience. I'd sent out hundreds of applications, and I think I got a single call back and never a second one. So I eventually ended up, with my college degree, working in a factory, drilling holes in hot tubs. That was not my favorite. But it was also like, I kind of entered a good groove with it, because it was my best paying job up to that point. We need more rods. I think we have some up here. But it's just like, the office class does not like bringing in people from the service class. And the executive class doesn't like bringing in people from really anywhere. Oh, dude, yeah, the middle class is squished. It's gone. GG. Oh yeah, dude. I was struggling to make ends meet as a waiter back in like 2015. Imagine now that like the economy has gotten much worse since then. Imagine living off gratuity. People barely tipped back then. You think people are tipping when it's $12 for a loaf of bread and a dozen eggs? That's literally what it cost me this morning to buy a loaf of bread and a dozen eggs. Not even like any good stuff, just the normal, whatever they had at the gas station. No one's tipping. Alright, yeah, we need more rods. Well, let's also check on our rotors while we're out there. It's extremely difficult now to move up social class in the US, no matter how much merit, which also happens to disaffect people of color in general more because they currently have less wealth. Yeah, true. Well, and there's also, I wouldn't say more of them, because I think there's actually more white people in poverty in the United States than people of color, but they're all living in like rural areas and they kind of keep to themselves. Whereas if you're living in a more like, you know, urban or city environment and you're more active on social media, it's a bit more noticeable, I guess. It does proportionally affect them more, but the total number is more the other way. Yes, they do proportionally have fewer people in the upper class. But if you look at over time, it's been getting better, you know, decade over decade. Like, the trends were already on the right track. That's not the kind of thing that just changes instantly. And by having it be a merit-based system, it's really the only way it's fair. Modular frames. No, that's not what we needed. We need the rods. We have tons of modular frames back there. But I do think that you try and fix social mobility because it helps everyone. Yeah, for sure. But I don't think that the way to fix social mobility is like changing the amount of Asian people they accept to university. You know, making it so Asian people need to score an A+ and people of other races only need to get like a B- to get into middle school. I don't think that helps anyone. Yeah, you're anti-affirmative action? Cool. Better? Yeah, actually, that's the thing. Yeah, you you cannot change society for the better like that, and like reduce crime and reduce poverty in one election cycle. Not possible. And that's why it's never going to be done, because like nuclear power, I'm going to invest all this political power into making this happen, and then the next guy gets the credit for it being completed. Like, if you want to improve the United States, you got to improve education and childcare. Make daycare free, or low cost daycare. I mean, we already have public school, public K-12. Public daycare would be good too. And you know you're not going to see the effects of it for like 20, 40, 60 years, because that's how education works. You don't just like get one. It takes time. You got to like have it shake up generations, but with the way that standardized testing and stuff has been, the kind of incentive structure isn't there, and it's not really pushing people forward. Whee. Crazy though. Yo, you have the king of Bulgaria in prison? Okay, wait, Noel. Here's what you do. While he's in your prison, declare war on him. Declare war for his kingdom. You're gonna instantly win. Yeah, declare the biggest possible war against him. Okay, so what did I need? I needed these power things, yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, it's not like I don't want to see, people succeed. I want to see everyone doing better. The fact that, like, what is it? It's like 90% of Americans don't even have $1,000 in savings, or something like that. That's not okay. And yet it was in the first year of COVID. I haven't seen any updated numbers, but in 2020, it was like trillions of dollars had vanished from the middle class, and coincidentally, trillions of dollars had been accumulated by the upper class. It's like 2020 was like the most profitable year ever for several companies. Yeah, I think that a lot of this, generalist, really does kind of wrap back to Citizens United. Get that out of there, and then we can have real conversations. Because with Citizens United in place as it is, you can't really have a real conversation with any politician, because you don't know where their allegiances actually lie. Yeah, you're in favor of redistributive systems because capitalism isn't meritocratic. Yeah, it's not. Small scale capitalism is, but once it gets to this scale where we're at, where it's like, I could, let's say, yeah, I'd vote for a wet paper bag if they got rid of Citizens United. I agree. Yeah, let's say, I want to create like my own like tailor shop, right? Like, oh yeah, I love sewing. I just want to sew a bunch of shirts. I want to be the shirt sewerman. I can't compete with Fruit of the Loom or Hanes with their, $10 million shirt stitching machines that can make like 800 shirts a minute. There's no way. However, not saying that's a bad thing, because when you make 800 shirts a minute with this machine, guess what? T-shirts are a lot cheaper for people, you know? It's just that that doesn't really, like, that just ends up as profit, but not as, like, cheaper goods most of the time. Yeah, exactly. People who own the machine get all the money. It's not like once the machine's paid for itself, they lower the the cost or something, you know? Not the operators or the people who actually manufacture it. Yeah, just the owner. And it would make sense, right? So let's say, like, you know, this machine. I paid for this machine for you to have it here to make this thing, whatever. You owe me. I'll take whatever percentage. I take 60% of the profit until it's paid for, and then, like, it's paid for. It's over. It's not my machine. It's yours. Or at this point, hey, all the goods being made are now at cost. But they would never do that. Because there's the fiduciary responsibility of the financial executives to look out for their shareholders. Which, I mean, is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but their responsibility is to the shareholders, not to society at large. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think that you can necessarily blame companies, because that's just how it works, right? Money makes the world go round. It's just how it works. And, like, not to mention the level to which corporations are leveraged. Like, society could not exist the way it does today without the insane system of credit that we have. In a good way. In a good way. Yeah, the system does kind of have perverse incentives. But, like, you know, I get it. I get why no one would, you don't want to do something that makes, or that loses money or doesn't make money, at least at that scale, because, like, what? It's not how it works. And, like, I don't hate people making a profit off of the things they do and the things they make, because you have to incentivize it somehow. But profit is inherently wasteful. No, I'm not anti-capitalism either. Yeah, I agree. It's not fair, but there isn't anything better yet. Socialism doesn't work. Social programs are nice, but socialism on a whole is not going to work. I mean, with the amount of technological improvements we've had over the past 100, 200 years, it's the worst one except for every other one we've tried. That's freaking hilarious. It's so true. But yeah, I mean, like, if you look at the flow of money through a system, kind of like a pipe carrying water, anywhere that profit is extracted from the system is inherently wasteful. Because that's taking away from the system for, you know, one step. like for example, let's say we're running power from here across to all of there. Each time it hits one of these nodes, oh yeah, I can pass your power from there to here. I just need to keep 1% of that power to myself. Okay, we're at 99% power, or 100% there. Boom. Take it here. Boom. That's gonna be 99%. And then take 1% of that 99%. All right, we're at like 97%. All right, 94. 89. 86. And it just slowly just makes it kind of, I don't know, just inefficient, you know? Not to mention the whole transport system is kind of crazy. How the whole, what was it? Peaches grown in Thailand, packaged in Argentina, and sold in France or something like that. You don't mind if people skimming are laborers? Yeah, right. But that's different because yeah, they're actually making the process work. I wouldn't call paying labor to be like the profit extraction. That is part of the cost, but that's not like necessarily inefficiency. It needs to be done, otherwise that isn't gonna happen. It's just when that becomes excessive. Once the control is kind of there, it's like, oh, I can charge whatever I want. Or I can change the price to make sure that I make as much as I want. A good, decent example of how this is immoral is that housing thing. How, this mostly goes for the big cities. So for like New York City, where these apartment buildings are like billions of dollars because it's like a 100-story skyscraper. They would rather leave apartments empty, but with the asking price of like, let's say, $5,000 a month, just so that way when they do eventually get someone, they're making the money they want to make. Like they'd be willing to take the loss and have people homeless and the houses empty, just so that way when they finally snag a whale, it's what they want. At this point, yeah, there's not really a good way to fix the housing problem, because it's not like you could say, oh, corporations can't own houses, because no, you can't do that. Corporations absolutely can own buildings. I think that, I mean, plus, you know, like, a lot of people would prefer to rent. Not everyone wants to own. So, like, there are legitimate services being provided. Like, you know, you get a condo because you don't want to shovel snow and deal with leaves and stuff. I know plenty of people who've done that. So, like, there's service being provided there. But it's like, you know, Zillow buying up all the commercial or all the residential real estate in order to resell it at inflated price because now the demand is up, supply is down. It's not okay. You can change incentive structures, but good luck passing that through. Less property tax on residents where the owner live. Yeah, I mean that's the only way to do it. Is not to make it more expensive for other people, but to make it more affordable for those who actually could. It's yeah, you need to do a positive reinforcement instead of a negative reinforcement. So that is where like tax breaks and stuff come in handy. But anytime you introduce something like that, you run the risk of people manipulating it. Because lawyers are good at finding ways to make Nabisco quantify as, you know, count as a mom and pop shop, you know. Yeah, well, legally, there is a mom and a pop at Nabisco. So, yeah, right. Well, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, one of the, as we're talking about how it's impossible to move up in class in the States, one of the main ways that people are able to move up in class and to increase their wealth is by you know, buying more properties and renting them out. So small scale landlords are actually like kind of important. Okay, let's grab a bajillion AI limiters. But the issue is that like it snowballs. Like, okay, yeah, you bought your starter house and you kept it to rent it out after you bought your nice big single family house. Cool, yeah, awesome. That's reasonable. That makes sense. Oh, but now that, you know, your bases are covered, your monthly expenses are below your income, it just snowballs. And then, oh, hey, you have all this free money. How about buying another house and increasing that? Which seems fair and it makes sense, but then once it's like, oh yeah, I own 800 houses and I make $1 million a month. Okay. Save some for the rest of us, dude. I think I'd prefer workers getting a larger share of the pie than workers trying to get out by becoming small scale landowners. Yeah, right? That would be nice. Yeah, imagine if you could work a part-time job and be able to like cover expenses for a single person. And then you can use the rest of your part-time to either work another part-time job and build a savings, or do a hobby and create something new. That would be cool. Productivity has doubled in the last 30 years or so, but worker hours, yeah. Dude, the consequences of the new industrial revolution have been a absolute travesty for workers' rights. Also, the people who like use it as a point of pride, like that they're exploited by the system. Oh yeah, oh you think working 40 hours is full time? You think that's a lot? My job works me. I gotta work 70 hours every week, and I gotta be on call on the weekends too. Yeah, don't talk to me about tired. Like, okay, man. Hey, yo. I respect the hustle. Hopefully you're getting paid for that, but like anything over there's a reason 40 hours is considered full time. That is full time. That is all of your time. People had to die to get that. The labor movement of the early 20th century kicked serious butt and then just vanished. It kind of reminds me of, so I worked this one job a few years ago where I was a life insurance salesman, and the company I worked for, we didn't do cold calls per se, or that's what they said. It was like they worked with unions, so like union reps would send out these little like leaflets to all the union members being like, hey, you get a free accidental death policy, send this card in and you'll get it. And they send the card in, and then we're like, hey, yeah, we'll set you up with your free thing. Also, here's the thing that you might want to buy. Yada, 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 whatever. It's life insurance. Life insurance is life insurance, is what it is. But the thing that blew my mind was it was like the corporate culture was all about like this posturing of like, oh yeah, we're pro-union, we love unions, we're all about that stuff, yada, yada, yada. But I had to work. I had to work from 9 a.m. until, or I had to be on the phone from 9 a.m. And then I needed to not stop until like 10 p.m. or if I got my schedule filled. And then on appointment days, Oh, also, I was only paid commission, so I had no salary. I had no ability to bargain for like an hourly wage or anything. You don't sell, you don't get paid. And and you got to work these insane hours, otherwise you get in trouble. If you don't make enough phone calls, we're mad at you. So it's like, what kind of? It was basically a scam. A big part of the butt kicking was also the U.S. industry was great and Europe owing it tons of money. That's true, yeah. Well, yeah, back when the U.S. used to actually produce things, this is a pretty big deal. But yeah, it was like I even worked Sundays, and I was like, dude, I had to say to my boss, like, don't talk to me on Sunday, dude. He's like, oh, well, you don't have a full schedule next week. You got to make some phone calls. It's like, I'm not making any phone calls, dude. This is a Sunday morning. I need at least one day off. Like, you guys talking about all this union stuff, and then you go ahead and behave the exact opposite of what unions represent. Yeah, stuff's wild. And like, there is still some manufacturing in the States, but definitely not as it once was. That would be a cool thing to see, actually. To see a lot of that come back. Like, factory jobs, they're not the most luxurious, but they are very consistent. Yeah, even if it comes back, the jobs won't. Yeah, if industry comes back, it's because they have robots that they bought once. Yep. Manufacturing is way up while jobs are down. Yeah, I mean, and that's a result of automation, and that is a good thing in theory. It just doesn't, in practice, it doesn't really make a difference for the average Joe. Like in a system like that where manufacturing is up, complains about automation while playing a game where everything's automated. I know, right? I mean, dude, that's the thing. This game is a capitalist paradise. That, like, Fixit is the company that figured it out. You take one space colonist with a magic wand, you send them to a planet, and they send you all the good stuff that you need. I agree. I don't like UBI either because it sort of is a great way to cause hyperinflation. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna give everyone $1,000 a month. Oh yeah? Awesome. Well, coffee now costs $1,000. You know? I mean, Futurama literally did that one episode of it. It's like, oh yeah, we made a big oil sale, so everyone on Earth gets $100. And Fry's like, I'm gonna have 100 cups of coffee. Bender gets the giant Zubin cigar. I mean, I think once... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think UBI could really work with the amount of people we have. A UBI-like system would really only work on, like, a space station or something. Where there's a very small population, and it's like... every single person there has, like, a specific role that they fill. I think it should be. I think that a lot more localities should be trying it out. Like, you can't implement that uh, on the national or the federal level, like, right off the bat. Like, a few, like, counties would need to try it to see if it's actually feasible. And I mean, seeing how much our police budgets are in some of those places, it's like, clearly there's a problem, right? Clearly there's something we're working to fix. There may be some ways to do it. Trajectory over wealth inequality beyond not being fair is impractical because of the instability that is being caused. Yeah. I mean, it's only a matter of time before people decide to riot, right? No one wants that. I mean, there's been rioting for years. It's just people are distracted with football and politics. Yeah, I mean, the rich honestly, they don't care about the poor. Not in a bad way, but just in a, I'm doing my own thing. I got my life going, you know? I have objectives that I'm doing. I got my side projects, my businesses. You know, hey, it would be nice. Yeah, oh man, look at all these people. They're struggling. I'd like for them to be doing better. But it's not like they're going to go out of their way to change things. They're just minding their own business. But it's not like they're like maliciously like, oh yes, I can't wait to make the small folk suffer. No, imagine how you are, you know? That's how everyone else is. No one thinks about other people. We're all too busy doing our own stuff. Alright. I'm probably going to want to change this. I don't think I'm going to want them all on one line. But for now, it's fine. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if you're a millionaire, or sorry, not a millionaire. Let's say you're a billionaire, you would probably sleep more well at night knowing that, like, all of the peasants are well enough fed that they're not going to try and eat your face. Meanwhile, if they're rioting outside your gates, probably not quite as comfy. Even if it's not something you did, you know? But, like, there's not enough money in you can't just tax the rich and then fix everything. The problem is bigger than that. If you took all of Elon Musk's money, it would, like, be enough to buy everyone a bubble tea. That's it. It's not, you can't really do much. It's not enough. I mean, it would be a start, but it's not gonna solve it all. We need to cut spending on a lot of stupid stuff too. There's a lot of administrative bloat. Just administration for the sake of administration. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't tax them. They should be paying taxes. If I'm paying taxes, they're paying taxes. But I'm just saying that it needs more than just that. China's wealthy, for example, don't get to pay 0% because they rely mainly on value-added tax and tax corporations more than the income itself. Oh, also, I think that there is the issue with income tax where companies are basically like triple taxed on income or something like that. I forgot exactly how it works, but it's something like they're taxed on the money they get coming in, and then they're also taxed on paying it out or something. It's been a while since I studied up on that one, but I remember there was something about like money basically gets taxed twice before it's paid. How can you have more alliances? There is a max to the amount you can have. I think there might be some perks that can give you more. People complain that the company gets taxed and then their own income. That's what it was, yeah. Yeah, it's like it's the same money. It's already been taxed. Why is it being taxed again? You have 2 alliances. Can they send you support? They should be able to, yeah. So if you go to the, I call it the everlasting gobstopper. You know that thing on the top of your screen with the number on it? It looks like a weird lumpy gem thing. It looks like the everlasting gobstopper from Willy Wonka, so that's why I call it that. So if you go there, it should be there should be a button for like call in allies. You're kind of like, I don't know, bro. You're getting paid from shares when you had nothing to do. Yeah. Pay him twice, you're not getting taxed twice on your labor. Mm. Yeah, I mean, dividends are literally free money. Dividends and stock options and stuff, it's literally free passive money for basically for gambling on the right company. People also complain that they get taxed on capital gains, but again, kick rocks. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Sorry you have to pay taxes on your gambling earnings. There's no value added to stock trading, or in stock trading. It's just like a thing. It's all market speculation and like who's willing to hold the bag and take the risk for how long. If you need to assign value to stock trading, it's at best some form of like risk management system. But realistically, it's gambling and, you know, free money machine if you get it right. What is going on, Ufio? We're talking about boring stuff. I mean, I think that I said it once on stream before, but one thing I think would work really well to help revitalize small business would be a tax credit based off of the salary of the lowest paid employee, the ratio of the salary of the lowest paid employee to the highest paid employee of the company. And have it include stock options and bonuses. So if there's a 1-person company, there's only 1 person getting paid. That is a 1-to-1 ratio. They get the full tax credit. Wait, so where can you do it? You need. All right, so yeah, on the top center of your screen, Noel, there's like there should be a thing with a number on it, like right up here. I don't know if you see my mouse. Yeah, you should. Right up here, there's like a circle. It's multicolored with a number. So you click on that, and it's gonna drop down a list with a whole bunch of things it's telling you. One of them should be you can call allies to war, and the other will be you can call family members, and there may also be like dynasty members. So you go through those and you can invite them to war. It's probably, unless it's a defensive war, it's probably going to cost you some prestige, but it's probably worth it. Yo, you got a fortune cookie? Nice. What's your fortune? Send me a pic? Sure. Yeah, pop it right into the Discord. But yeah, it's a very I think the way you put it is great, generalist. That it's the worst system, but it's better than all the other ones we've tried. It's the worst one that isn't any of the other ones we tried before. I think you said. That was pretty good. Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on. I gotta, speaking of capitalism, I gotta write my rent check right now. There we go. You sent the pic? Okay, let me see. Hi, Slidey. What's up, buddy? Let's open up that Discord. Is it in general? Or do you send it on Steam? Oh, it's in the Crusader Kings channel? Okay. That would make sense. Okay, so you want to call on your allies. Oh, the UI is a little different. Okay, so... where would that be? Decisions, factions, intrigue, court, council. No, it's none of that up there. That's saying you're being raided. That's... Advanced tooltips. So LT brings you to those things up there. It's not character view. Actually, it might be character view. If you go to your ally, whichever person is your ally, if you can select them and go to character view, you should be able to select ask to join war. That's another way to do it. All right, let's say it's 2/1/2023. 2. You like the idea behind it? It would probably just lead to creating a bunch of companies and conglomerates to get around it. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue with the idea. That's why you need someone smarter than me to actually make something like that happen. Today's it's February. February. Okay. Pop this in the thing. Gotcha. Hello. Is anyone still here? Sorry about that. Whew. I was paying my rent, and my landlord's one of those guys. Likes to talk. Sorry about that. You need to play an online game online with your parents, CLBRB. Let's see, where did I go? AFK, Fortune Cookie said... Let's see, you're in the Crusader Kings channel, you made peace. The Fortune Cookie said, home is where the heart is. Hayden came back. Imagine the Fortune Cookie had a roast in it, I like that. Call you Ufio instead of Oofs. And then... He's playing the thing. What is going on, Noel? Yeah, I was just talking to the my landlord about dogs and stuff. Okay, so these are all set. We need reach. E. Yeah, I think this one's okay. Yeah, good enough. You got raided, but you won? Yo, that's what's up. So, did you manage to figure out how to call your allies into war? Or is it just that you had to call the peace? No? Well. Yeah, it's weird. The UI is so different on the Xbox version. It makes sense. I was expecting quite a few differences, but it's like very much different from what I was what I'm used to. Oh, you can still be here? What's up, Ufio? Sorry about that AFK right there. I had to do what I had to do. Autofill. Alright, from savings to checkings. Okay. No longer overdrafted. You have to sway to make people like you, right? Yeah, that's pretty much the main way to do it. There's a few other ways to make people like you, but sway is kind of like the primary way. They'll generally also like you if you're like the head of faith for their religion, and I think they generally like a close family, but obviously you can't just make that happen. There's the befriend scheme, but that's effectively the same thing as sway. I think that you can use the spy master to make people like you too. There's a few weird, obscure ways, but yeah, pretty much you just want to sway. So Ufio, what game were you playing? What was the online game you said? Oh. It's called Game Pigeon. How can you see who are your allies? So if you click on your own profile, let me click these buttons. Open the Discord up again. So the button, press Y for character view. I think that should be it. So on character view, you should be able to see the list of people that you are at war with, the alliances, and the truces you have. It should be kind of on the right side of that screen. It says alliances 1. Okay, so you definitely have one somewhere. Do you have any idea who? You didn't like the fortune cookie itself because you do like bland food, but it was a little too bland. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fortune cookie guy. Every now and then I get one that's like super buttery and kind of blows my mind, but I think for the most part, they're not great. It doesn't say who. Oof. Yeah, in the PC version, there should be like a little, basically a symbol of their like coat of arms, like their flag or their shield or whatever. That just says like truce or alliance, and if you click on that, it'll bring you to the people you're allied with. Allies. What do the guests mean? So guests are people who are at your court, but they're not part of your court. So like they're there and you can interact with them. Like you know, let's say you need someone to marry one of your folks, or you're looking for more knights. You'll have guests, and then you can, you know, pay a small fee to have them stay. Sometimes not so small fee. Oh, that's a fun one. There's a fire close to you. You think somebody had Taco Bell? No, you're right. Okay. This facility is going to be kind of cool, hopefully, once it's actually going. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a big fan of having these go in the inverted directions. I find that it really helps everything get fed evenly. incredible. Even when the autosave happens only every 45 minutes, it still happens when we are mid-build. Which I guess we are building more or less all the time, so it makes sense, but it's always like the second that you click to place a conveyor belt, where it just like the game freezes, because it doesn't know if it should crash or if it should actually just save. Bro, the fire's still going. Yeah, those things take a little bit to control. There's a good chance that it's a house fire. Those things happen every day. How do you get more troops? So there's there's 3 types of troops in Crusader Kings. There are levies, men-at-arms, and knights. So knights are actual people at your court, so like the guests and stuff. Your children can be knights, your vassals and counselors can be knights. That's just any person, like any nobility. Any person who is a guy that you care about can be a knight. They're extremely powerful, and they have personal stats that will affect their prowess is their main stat that you want to worry about, but their martial and various other perks are going to be important to look at to see like whether they're good knights. So that's something you want to keep in mind, but that's not I think what you're worried about. The next type of troop are men-at-arms. So men-at-arms are your professional soldiers. They're the ones who get paid a salary. They're better equipped. They're the actual like good soldiers. They're what you think of when you think soldier. So to get those, what I want you to do is using the way to access that top tab. I think it's like LT or RT. You go to the military tab, and on the military tab you'll see the various types of men-at-arms. So there's skirmishers, archers, heavy infantry, and cavalry and siege weaponry. I want to say skirmishers counter. Oh, I think there's also anti-cavalry too. So I think skirmishers counter, or archers counter skirmishers. Skirmishers counter heavy armor, I think. Heavy armor counters cavalry. It's not quite like a perfect ring. Like it's a bit more complicated. But you're gonna generally want a bit of a diverse set of men-at-arms. You always want 1 regiment of siege weaponry. So whether it be just onagers, mangonels, or ballistas, no matter what, it's gonna be good. Then there's the levies, which is the last type of troop. So levies are conscripts. So think, a draft. You're taking farmers out of the field and putting them on the battle. They've got large numbers, but they're very expensive and they're not the most effective. But you can increase those by constructing more buildings in your holdings. And what a holding is when you zoom in on the map as close as you can, you'll see that each county is divided up into smaller baronies. And those baronies are the holdings. So like on a barony you can build a castle, a city, or a temple. And then inside those is where you construct I guess the holdings. So that's where you will make like farm and fields or pastoral settlements. Those are pretty good. There's some that increase gold production, some that increase the amount of levies, other ones increase knight effectiveness, men-at-arms effectiveness. There's a lot of different kinds of buildings, and some of them are culture dependent. So if you want like a higher number of troops, I'd recommend figuring out how to invest in your levies. But if you want more troops that are actually better, I would say go for the men-at-arms, but they're more expensive to raise, and they also come with the unraised cost. So they're, for example, they'll cost you like, you know, 0.6 gold per week just unraised, but then when they're raised they'll be like 2.9 or something per regiment. And you sent a video of the fire. Let me see. General? Fire. Oh, dude, that's right there. You can see that right over your fence. Holy cow. I wasn't expecting it to be, like, right there. If you give me a second, I can find you a cool photo of a fire there was next to my house. One of the houses on my block burned down a few years ago. Let's see. 2018. 2019. Oh, hey! I've got the photo of the cats when they were kittens. That's cute. That is a house, but it's not on fire. We'll scroll through one more year. Oh, it had to have been at least 2019 because I had Slider. Okay, there's the dogs looking at the chickens. Almost there. That's a photo of a sunset, not a fire. Maybe I can't find it. I did find one of my favorite photos, so I'll live with that. Am I a dog or a cat person? I like them both, honestly. I'm just really allergic to cats. I really love cat noses, though. They got the cutest little tiny nose. Like, why did they make it that cute? For what purpose is their nose that cute? Who told them to do that? And their little, like, danger paws? Amazing. Incredible. Flawless. But I feel like I have more of a spiritual connection with dogs. Dog kind. I would say that they're my familiar. Cats scare you? I mean, they do get angry. They don't like you messing with them. They just cats have their own agenda. Is kind of how you have to handle them. You're a dog person? Yeah, I mean I've always loved dogs, but I really enjoy cats. I've had lots of friends who've had cats. I've even personally had cats many times. They just make me just too sniffly to actually have one as a pet, unfortunately. And it's not something I can even hold against the animals. You know, it's not like their fault. But yeah, I do love how cats, they always act like they got something going on. Like, where are your missions coming from, cat? Why do you behave like this? You're a dog person, and your dog just had puppies? Dude, that's awesome. Congrats. What kind of dog do you have? Hi, girl. Hello. Hello. You are freezing cold. And your dog just had puppers. What time is it right now? Oh, it's almost 3. Okay, that's not bad. Alright. Now that all of that nonsense is done, let's start rolling some of the coal and whatnot in towards the house. Or in towards the factory. How much do you make? 480. Exactly what I expected. Dang it. Alright, so we're going to do the conveyor lift floor hole right here. I do not want to comply, Ada. That is your real name. Okay, so with 480, I should be able to do these. Here we go. The game just like tabbed itself. Oh yeah, this is filling pretty miraculously. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna need more of these. Well, I'm obviously gonna need at least 4 of these, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's good enough. Right here. 2, 3, 4. Bingo, bango. Oh. Alright, sweet. It's 1, 2, 4. There we go. Beautiful. No notes. Oh, you have a beagle? You're much more in love with dogs than cats. Dude, that's cute. I had a beagle when I was a very, very young man. They're really, really smart dogs. They also have so much energy to burn. Cause you know they're bred for hunting, right? So they. Oh, too long. Dang. What is a truce break? Oh, okay, so. I mean, you know what a truce is, right? Truce is, hey, I'm not gonna go to war with you. You're not gonna go to war with me. We don't need to be friends, but we're just not gonna fight. Um, and the truce is like, hey, I officially give you my word that I will not try to invade you for 10 years. Now, if you break that, that's basically saying to the international community, like, hey, I'm just gonna do what I want. I'm not gonna. You can't believe the things I say. And so it really hurts your prestige and renown and stuff. That's kind of what those are technically measures of. What is going on, normal man? Yo, 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 dude. How you doing? Glad you could make it. What have you been up to, dude? You're fine? Nice. Freaked out, insane, neurotic, and I forgot what the E is. Yeah, I'm fine. Freaked out, insane, neurotic, and exploding. You gotta go? Yep, see ya, Hayden. There was this girl I saw a couple years ago who had she didn't have a beagle, but she really wanted one, and her family, I think, did beagle training. I forget what they called it. Beagle tricks? Beagle track? Basically like agility dog stuff. But they have them like hunt a rabbit or like a fake rabbit. It's like it involves like agility, but also like their tracking skills. But it's like a competitive thing. It sounded really interesting. With credentials like that, you definitely would have thought it would have worked between me and her. I don't know if she ever got that beagle though. It was a couple years ago that we talked. She was planning on it. See you around, Hayden. GG. We're gonna clear our log. We don't need that list anymore. Nintendo's is about to die. Let's plug that in. Boosh. How can you invade the whole country? Okay, so it's 2 counties. You need a invade duchy war. It may not. Sometimes it's not possible to take the entire thing at once. You may only be able to do conquer county, in which case it's going to need to be 2 separate wars. Fortunately, the second one will be easier than the first because they'll be probably less than half as powerful. But yeah, there's unfortunately no secondary war goals in this. So yeah, I would invade duchy. Has the chance to be able to invade both of his things. If both of those counties are within the same duchy, then you should be able to get them both with the same war. But if each is a county from a different duchy, you may not be able to. It really kind of depends. But I would try for the invade duchy if you can. If you look at the map, it should show in light blue what you're fighting for. I need stuff for conveyor belts, which is going to be all the way on the far side. Welcome back. Boosh. Alright, and we are free. Boosh. Oh, yo guys, I'm gonna put in the Discord. It's pretty good. The most cursed photo I have of Slider. Okay. Invade the duchy. Wait, so you are playing as the Kingdom of Hungary, right? Or the founder of the kingdom? Yep, nice. Howdy. You're back from studying programming. That's pretty rad, dude. Oh, you know programming? Well, make the metaverse. Prove it. Just do it. Oh, you think you're so good at programming? Make the metaverse. Just do it right now. Show me. You want to stay for a long time? You need to go study some more. Yeah, that makes sense. You just need a light. I can't do it. can't. This is not happening. Yeah, you just needed to come up for a breath of air. You got this, dude. I believe in you. Man, I am. You did study some Hungarian today. Let us go. You got an exam in Hungarian tomorrow? You got this, Noel. Easy peasy. Might I even add lemon squeezy? No, it's too dangerous. No, that only works in the simulations. It's not gonna be hard. Nice. Not if you studied. Yeah. Like you did. You know, the actual, like, the skill of studying is kind of tough to develop. One does not simply study. Like, you kind of need to know how. It's tricky. I'm a little out of practice, but exactly, there's many ways. There's not like one way, but you need to be able to like figure out how you learn and how you can kind of work around that, you know. Exactly, everyone's got their own way. Okay, there we go. Oh, did I forget to do that? Yeah, I'll grab one of these. Yeah, it'll be fine. There we go. There are people who memorize lessons like a poem, but you won't learn anything memorizing. Yep, for sure. Yeah, it's all about learning the concepts more so than it is about learning the actual, like, facts, I guess would be the word. In a general sense. There's definitely times where it's like the actual details matter, but for the most part, at least for me, I need to learn the concept. Ooh. I personally learn better when it's like something that has an applied use. I'm really bad at learning theoretical stuff, but if it's something that like I can translate into how it affects the real world, I will be a lot better at it. It's not that theory is impossible for me, it's just some stuff is just so nebulous. Exactly. You never stop learning. Just because school ends at a certain point does not mean that learning ends. I learn every single day of my life. Honestly, it like freaks my friends out. They really don't understand me, which is great because I use that to feed into the character. Let them think I'm a madman. I just want to know everything. I want to be the most annoying person in the afterlife. I want to ruin the party with all my little facts. Think. Oh, do you know that betta fish actually they breathe from the surface of the water using their labyrinth gill? It's kind of like a prototype lung. They like to rest at the top of the tank because they have long fins that inhibit their swimming. There we go. But like anytime I see something that I've never seen before, I gotta like dig into it. School is just a project to make you comfortable with the outside world and start being used to all the life outside your house without your family being beside you all the time. Very well said. You won the online game? My man, Ufio, let's go. This guy won the game. Oh, hi, Sasha. Hello, lady. Your teeth are so stinky. You need a dental flossing. Oh. Okay. Werner Heisenberg. My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live in 1092 Negra Arroyo Lane. And this is not a confession. Or an admission of guilt. How are the doggos? Oh, they're doing good. Oh, do the clap emote? Yo, you got the clap emote. Wait, no, B is Blashlight. I need the T for T-mote. I think I need to unequip this for that to do the thing. The goat. Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Nah, no way. I appreciate it though. I'm trying. Trying to be the goat of streaming. How cool would that be? I mean, I did have to walk away for like 20 minutes to pay my rent. I drop the ball every now and then. The true dog. Oh man, look at you guys buttering me up. I can't handle all this positive affirmation. I'm not used to this. Where does this come from? Aw. Yo, I have a ton of fun streaming for you guys, so the feeling is mutual. Appreciate you guys. This stream would not be nearly as fun without you. Oh, I need to equip the thing again, because I'm silly. If it was truly just me staring at a wall, I would not be able to come up with anything interesting to say. Bingo, banko. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't know, man. I think we got a whole herd of goats here. That's what I'm seeing. Call me a shepherd, cause I got a goat herd. If you weren't streaming, you'd probably still be in war with Bulgaria. Many such cases, honestly. Many such cases. Streamers are the only thing keeping Bulgaria in check. And not Czechia. I mean the other Czech. When will I end the stream? Because you want to go study some more and then come back. Probably about an hour. I'd say we have approximately an hour left. Looking at 4:18. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Where's this going? You want to know if you'll be back in time? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get you. Appreciate you. Is that actually too far? That's crazy to me if this is too far. It probably is, though. But no, definitely get your study on. That is your job right now. It's funny because I'm on team. School is not designed properly, and it's very not fun of a place to be in. But I'm also team. It's incredibly important, and you gotta take advantage of it while you can. And I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. I actually think that it's the same. I just want it to be better. Better structured for how people actually learn. Boom, boom. I know that I'm more of a hands-on learner. I think they... Oh, did you not hear it? Yeah, I said about like an hour or so. Yeah, so, I mean, I could give you the time, but the time wouldn't be the same time as your time. So, about an hour. Oh, yeah, what was I saying, though? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, with school. Yeah. You know we gotta do it, Tom. 1, 2. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, so I'm more of like a hands-on learner. Like I kind of need to do a thing in order to learn. Like words on paper work. I'm not like, it's not like I can't learn that way completely. It's just not the best for me. But there were certain courses I found that worked better or worse for that. Like my ecology course had like field trips and stuff. And so, you know, I'd go out there and find all kinds of cool stuff. 1, 2. Like doing ecological surveys, fascinating. And like my brain, while doing it, I was able to like see how it actually like interfaces with the real world. we go. Bingo, bango. Smingo, smango. How them dogs doing? Oh, they're good. Yeah, Slider got to hang out with my landlord for a minute. He was so happy. Slider's so cute. He loves people so much. He's like the most extroverted creature on the planet. Like if he sees someone unexpected, he's gonna go bark mode. But the second that he deactivates bark mode, he's just like the most friendliest, happiest boy. Whereas Sasha right here is like, she's a one-person dog. How do I get these into there? Actually, I might want to. Something like that. Walls. Let's do like that. Let's do 5. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. Probably should have done this the other way, but I think it's okay. There we go. I got the skills with which I use to pay the bills. There we go. And actually, I think I could probably just copy this verbatim right here. I guess I'll like invert it just to make it spicy. Ayo! Ayo! So, look at this guy. Sorry for not being active on the stream. You don't gotta apologize. You're good. You're popping in anyway. I appreciate you. The most common message from David. This guy apologizing for his presence. We're thrilled to have you. Why you gotta apologize? Here, so yeah, this is where we're gonna have the steel coming in. Alright, yeah, so what if I just brought this one as far away as I could? So you have an alliance now. How can you get support? Oh no, dude, you're good. like I said, I'm not sure exactly where the screen would be. For me on my game, there's generally like a drop down menu that'll say yell at you and be like, "Hey, you can call allies into war." And so that's what I would normally use. But seeing as that's not an option available for you, go to the person who you're allied with, and I believe you should be able to request them to join you from there. You just found out some news about a friend of yours that had a stroke at only 16? Oh my freaking god, that's scary. Holy cow. I hope she's like okay. I hope she gets recovers. That's really really scary. Strokes can really mess you up. For those who don't know what a stroke is like a blood clot basically getting stuck in your arteries. Boop. Boop. Yeah, for life, dude. That could do more than mess you up for life. That's an absolute nightmare. It's incredibly bad. Because if you think about what blood actually does, it has a lot of uses, but the main thing that blood does for your body is it brings oxygen to where it needs to go. To all your cells, so that way they can respire and metabolize and do the things that living things do. You know, I actually don't need to make this one look ugly. I can have it look a little better. That actually happened to what happened to my grandmother when she passed, was that she had a stroke. "16. That's not right. I hope she recovers too. Hopefully they were able to get her into a medical facility fast enough and get her. It's been like 15 years at this point. I appreciate it, but you know, these kinds of things happen. Wouldn't be the worst way I've lost someone. I'll say that much. They moved her to Cluj. I assume that's the capital city. Yeah. Yeah. No. They need top of the line healthcare. I mean, at 16 years old. Yeah. This is like a huge case. It honestly is the kind of thing that should be like international news, because that is not normal. Like, you're not supposed to have to even like think about worrying about strokes until like your 30s or 40s, and even that's incredibly young. But I said think about, so that's my caveat. She's a friend of yours. You know her? Does her family have any sort of used to be best friends? Does her family have any sort of like crowdfunding thing or anything? Is there any sort of way for no, not yet. Okay. Yeah, I don't like hearing that. coming in. It's not the capital, but it's the second biggest city. Okay, yeah. Oh, the capital is Budapest, Bucharest. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they probably airlifted her. They probably used a helicopter for that. Every second matters in a situation like that. There's a chance that you're born with a malformation in your veins in your head, and after a while, usually at a young age, they don't last long. Yeah, yeah. If it's something like that, I mean, there's this medical term called SIDS. It's probably the most cursed concept you could fathom. When I first heard of it, and the fact that it's like treated by the medical community is just like something that happens, it kind of blew my mind. It's SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. It basically it's just a catch-all term for like something went wrong. Wasn't completely developmentally all right, or something happened, you know, and they just don't make it long. But I mean, at 16, that's not what that is. I mean, it could be. It could be a congenital thing, right? That just was underlying, like, it wasn't an issue right up until it was. I have a friend who had something very similar to that, which is an aneurysm, where a blood vein bursts, I believe. And I think he had his in his freaking head, which is incredibly complicated and risky. But he somehow managed to, be okay. But it's not a syndrome. It's just like there's no cable management of your veins. Right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not like a disease. It's not like you caught something and it's doing that to you. If you get the capital, do you win the war? Not necessarily. So war score is determined by a few things. There is combat success, which caps out at 50% war score. Then there is territory controlled, which I think also caps out at 50. There's the prisoners, like captives, which can go all the way to 100 if you have their leader, or maybe it'll just be like a smaller percentage if you have like one of their children. And then there is held objective, which is a really, really important one. So when you declare a war, let's say you're fighting an entire kingdom, but you're only taking a duchy, you got to make sure that you take and siege the duchy that you want, because that's worth way more war score than just raiding like their capital and stuff. Because it counts for both. It counts for the held, amount of counties conquered, as well as for the objectives, the held objective, and it ticks up over time. So like sometimes you'll be at a war and you're at like 86% war score or something, and it's like, oh, I just need this to go up. They have nothing else to invade. As long as you have the objective, it'll slowly tick up. Okay, so there's only one iron over here. Yeah. Where you're saying everything to you and your community, and you can't say it to your friends and family. That's on sometimes just how it works. Unlike therapy, wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, no, sometimes it's harder to talk about your feelings to the people that you deal with on a day-to-day basis, because it's more accountable, like if you say something embarrassing, or if like you're afraid they're gonna hold some sort of weird opinion on you for how you feel, it's kind of like the stakes are a little higher in a weird way. But to share with like a friend or like a stranger or something, it's you kind of have that the anonymity factor where it's not, you know, I forget, I don't know how to put it. Just sometimes it's just easier to share, you know. No, I don't think you're saying embarrassing things at all. No. But I'm just saying it's like a subconscious thing, right? Like being able to like open up and share about like what you're going through and how you your feelings, you know. I'm a person who's generally pretty closed off with my feelings. Like it's not that I don't feel them, I don't express them. It's just that like I just don't really share them with anyone because I don't have too much of a reason to most of the time. But there are plenty of times where it's like, man, it would be nice if I had someone to, you know, to say some of this stuff to, and who would kind of like give it to me on the level, you know? Like not necessarily placate me. I don't want people to just be like, to just say, oh yeah, you're right. Sometimes I just want like a genuine outside opinion, you know? Because there's so many things where it's just like, you don't know how to feel, you know? Oh, am I a roast because I cheer you up? Oh man. Appreciate that guy, you Ufio. You don't find a meaning to express anything to anyone. Because you know how people are. Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, it's also like, I have like I have too much of a filter. And so I have like the self-awareness that like, oh, everyone's going through stuff and everyone has things that are on their mind and eating them and stuff. Like, they don't need my nonsense. But that's actually not a very healthy way to look at it, because we're a social species and you kind of need to have people to share stuff with. Yeah, why lie, right? It's funny. So I used to, as I said, I used to be a waiter years ago, and the amount of people who I would just kind of get in conversations about like their life and all the existential whatnot that comes with it. I would literally say to people all the time that it's like I'm cheaper than a therapist, you know? It's fine. Because a therapist is great if you want like a diagnosis. If you think that there's something like going on and you want to know what it is, but if you know what's going on and you just kind of want to talk, you don't ever always need a therapist for that. Oh, yo, you're pretty cool too, David. Oh wait, this, I think I want coming in this ways, yeah. Yeah, I almost did that incorrectly. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, oh, I almost got wrecked. Well, also, like, sometimes when you tell people stuff like that, they might, like, overreact, too. I don't know. I mean, it's not really an overreacting to that. That's, like, as serious as things get, so... Yeah, I believe in depression, too. Depression's a very complicated one, though. No, I think that there's a lot of mental health stuff tends to be overprescribed, and misunderstood. Like, people will be like, "Oh, I'm ADHD," blah blah blah, and it's like, you aren't ADHD. You may present the symptoms of ADHD from time to time or whatnot, but that's not who you are, you know, or what you are. Like a lot of people seek mental health, or mental health, to kind of find the right terms to identify themselves. And I don't like people using mental health as personality traits because it's actually more serious than that. Pickup lines can be a nice thing, and yet if you say one, people think you have a crush on them. Pickup lines are a weird one. I don't really... in my brain, I could not comprehend, like, obviously I'm not a woman, so I can't say for certain, but if I was a woman, I can't comprehend a world in which, like, a canned pickup line that someone has, like, impresses me. If it's something that, like, they've clearly made up, like, if they're just, like, a clever, funny person, that's great. But it's like when you go to, like, a website of, like, best pickup lines 2023, and you start throwing those out, it's like, what? Why would someone want... What? I don't get it. 1, 2. Tell me the words that someone else wrote, please. I want to hear them again. You put the STD in stud, and now all I need is you. That's pretty good. But you see, the thing is, like, pickup lines are better when they're jokes, rather than when it's, like, seriously trying to, like, woo someone. Because it's not like... Real life isn't Skyrim, you know, or Fallout. It's not like speech checks work like that. What should you do with your prisoners? Execute them. All of them. Every single one. I'm just kidding. You want to ransom them. Although, maybe not all of them. I would take a look. See if any of them have good prowess. If any of their prowess is above, let's say, 12, I would try to recruit them. So negotiate release, and then recruit to join court, or whatever it is. Because you want good knights. So I'd say about 10 to 12 prowess is going to be a good standard to go for. Alternately, if there's any sort of inheritable, like congenital traits, such as intelligent, or was it quick, genius, all that stuff. Y'all thought I was a boy? I'm a girl. Hey man, this is 2023. You can't just go around saying those words. Nah. Really? Oh yeah? You are a girl? For real? Girls don't exist. What are you talking about? They're a lie made up by the government to sell fancy cars. Psych! So what do you have to look for? So when you look at their character sheet, so for each of the prisoners, when you open up their character sheet, you should be able to see various traits on them. Now I don't know what to believe. The congenital traits, I believe, have a round icon, if I remember correctly. The easiest thing to look for, though, is if there's a chain, a flower, or a candle. If any of their traits are a chain, a flower, or a candle, whether it's big, small, or large, that means it's a congenital trait. Bink, 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 bink. Oh man, these flowers are flying everywhere. Girls are a lie made up by the government by the government and Big Shampoo to sell more soap. There we go. A professional troller on CS:GO. Just using your talent. Yo, honestly, we're not far off from trolling being a marketable skill. Very soon you're going to be able to put your ability to be an online troll on your resume. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And I can't wait. Honestly, that's what I've been waiting for. It's what I need to survive in this world. Nice. Nice. Why do you not do? No power. What? You're always trolling on CSGO and they don't even notice. But only CSGO. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Alright. Let's get this going here. Big bank. We like this. If you take trolling to real life, you have a Doom personality. Only if you do it very often. Yes. I mean, we like to do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. We like to do a little trolling. The 45th President of the United States said that. You have the wife of the king. That is probably a valuable prisoner, so that might be enough to win you the war. If you were to declare a war on them, it might be an instant win. I don't think so. I think it needs to be the war leader for it to be an instant win. But at the very least, it should count pretty significantly towards your war score. However, it seems like you did go to war with them recently, right? So if that's the case, you may not be able to go to war with them again for a few more years. There we go. I have the wife of the king. I'm gonna say that on my wedding day, if I ever have one. Now, I have the wife of the king. And then she'll blush and everyone will clap. or crap. I don't know. Alright, this can go straight on over. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. We want more troops. I mean, it's real tough though, because you need the money to get the troops. We lie, but we want to be remembered as an honest man. We don't like things, but we're doing those things that we don't like. The things we don't like are almost always the things that we're trying to get rid of. Yeah. I mean, life's hard, you know? There's a lot to it. It's not quite so simply as live happily ever after. Even if you got the setup. The thing about living is that you gotta do it every day. And that's kind of where, as I said, like the depression and stuff comes in. Like that's as I say, a lot of stuff is overprescribed, but I do think that the depression is legitimately um, extremely prevalent. I mean, I've personally struggled with it for well over a decade. Um, but I've never been like gotten it like diagnosed. I don't have like clinical depression. I'm sure if I went to someone, I could get it that way, but you know, knowing that it's diagnosable is not going to bring me any peace. You know, it, the things that are going to bring me peace are for me to find. You know, yeah, everyone's unpredictable. It's a very complex thing. You have 1,000 gold? Oh, okay. If you have 1,000 gold, that's a pretty good spot to be able to start expanding your military. Yeah, you're in good shape then. What should you buy? Can you tell me what kind of men-at-arms you already have? I can help you. You have a hidden talent of saddening everything, and I don't know why. Eh, man, you know, I'm a real big fan of talking about stuff like that. As much as I enjoy, positivity and stuff, who doesn't like good stuff? I find that, the topics that are more uncomfortable to discuss, there's generally a bit more, to be gained from exploring them. And that doesn't mean that everything I say is like gospel or is true, right? I'm frequently wrong about a lot of things. But I mean, I can't really find out that I'm wrong unless I tell people something and they're like, "Dude, you are backwards, you freaking moron." Or even like as I'm saying it, I might be thinking it out more. You got a call to war? Those can be tricky, but hey, you know, it's free prestige. If you get called to war and you help out in a significant enough way, you get a ton of prestige. Yeah, from one of your allies. You're not sure if you believe in God. Sometimes you say you do, but only when you need him. Yeah, I'm not really sure either. That's something I've been I would say over the past year kind of exploring. Throughout pretty much most of my my young adult life, I was very much of the like just straight like atheist, like no, that doesn't make sense. That's not possible. Um, and I mean, yeah, a lot of it isn't necessarily if you take it all verbatim, then yeah, that's not how physics or how any of this works. But I think there's definitely still value in being able to, even if you don't thoroughly believe in it, to kind of I don't know. Yeah, why not? Why not accept? I mean, it depends how big the war is, but yeah, accept it. The worst thing that happens is that they lose the war, but you don't lose anything from it. I mean, you might get sieged a bit if the enemy is too big, but it's probably fine. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people who are atheist, they'll still go and blame, or not blame, but like thank the universe for things. And is that not the same thing? Like I don't necessarily think that God conceptually is like a giant man in the sky actively looking down from above and telling us or like listening to our prayers and stuff. I that's not really my interpretation. My interpretation of what God means is probability, kind of. The way I see it is God is like whenever what are the chances of life even appearing on Earth? It's like so infinitesimally small, like the chances of like a puddle of goop somehow becoming like living things. Like that is insane. but it happened. You know, somehow this planet is full of life. It's pretty cool. Now, I wouldn't say like someone came here and planted it and did it, but I just think that the pure statistical probability of like really anything happening, it's like the random number generator is a good way to put it. Like you start a Minecraft world, there's a seed number, and that seed number helps generate every single thing in that world. And I think it's kind of like that. I think there's some sort of initial condition for the universe, or for life, let's say. And I would consider that to be God. It's just whatever the starting conditions that then set all of the things in motion. You can't even find where it's happening. If you click on the war itself, there should be like a little shield somewhere. It should be able to highlight who's who. Kind of like Santa. You think Santa is real, but basically every single adult doesn't think so. As in all adults. Well, this past Christmas, I got interested in the tale of Santa, like the original Santa Claus. I wanted to know where that story came from. Oh, you found it? Nice. Because you know, Christianity, it's kind of it's complex because a lot of the stuff and traditions in Christianity are incorporated from pagan religions that they've, you know, like colonized over the years. And I kind of thought that Santa Claus was one of those. I thought he was like some sort of old German tradition that they co-opted. But as it turns out, I was entirely wrong. Oh, you gotta go now? Yo, GG Ufio. Yeah, he's apparently he was from Greece. It was like year 280 AD or something. Only like 100 or 200 or 300 years after Jesus. And he was the son of like a couple wealthy people. I forgot exactly why they were wealthy, but they died when he was very young. So he inherited a vast fortune. And he was a bit of a philanthropist, you know, like his needs were met, so at that point he's just kind of like going around doing his thing. And he had like a friend who had 3 daughters who were gonna get married, but they didn't have the dowry. So like he's like, okay, I'll pay the dowry for them, but I don't want if I just walk up to your house with like a big sack of money, and everyone knows that I gave you this money, they're all gonna want me for, you know, come to me asking for some, and I don't have enough for that. Like, I just don't want these girls to have to go down a salacious life in order to earn the money needed for the dowry, for lack of a better word. If you know what I'm implying, how they would get the money. So he was like, here's what I'm gonna do. Over the next 3 nights, I'm going to come up to your house and throw a bag of money in the window. 1 for each girl. That way, you know, I'm not just throwing a ton of money all at once. I see, you know, each one gets married the day up, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Done. So, that was basically the story. That's more or less where I believe that happened. I think that's an actual thing of events. But the thing is, shortly after that, he goes to the Vatican, because that's kind of just what you do. Just went on a pilgrimage. And I assume he told that story to like some of the bishops there. And if you were the bishop of a 200-year-old religion, you're probably looking for saints, you know? So you hear this story of like the first rich guy to ever give charity is basically what it was. He was just the first person to ever spend their money on something not directly themselves. So they, you know, took that and ran with it, and then they attributed a whole bunch of other miracles to him. Some are very insane. So one of the miracles was that he after his pilgrimage, he went. I think he like supposedly freed a few uh, criminals from execution or something. But then the interesting one is he's going around doing his Santa thing, and he comes into this town that's having a massive famine, and the butcher, I forgot exactly how he found out, but basically there was a butcher who lured 3 young children into his shop, where he then killed them and then put them in a pickle brine in order to turn them into food later to sell as hams. Yes, that is actually what the story is. So, St. Nicholas sees through this. He's like, what the heck? These are kids. These are not hams. This is messed up. So it doesn't say what he does to the butcher, but he apparently resurrects the 3 pickled children. He brings them back to life. And then kind of just moves on from there. But in the Middle Ages, people loved the Pickle Kid story. I mean, it's a pretty good story, right? Oh man, what? He found some pickle kids and he brought them back. That's amazing. So they made like frescoes and stained glass paintings and stuff of it all over the place. But then, hundreds of years later, the meaning of those paintings kind of got lost. So kids are like, "Hey, Dad, who's this guy on the stained glass painting in church with the barrel and the kids and stuff?" It's like, "Oh yeah, that's Saint Nicholas." "Oh yeah, what's he do?" See, there's kids there. Oh, I remember Saint Nicholas. He gifted some money to some kids or something, right? At night, he like snuck in and gave them money, and yeah, there's the 3 kids there. Yeah, he's the patron saint of kids and beer or something like that, because there was the barrel for the pickling. So that's kind of like how it all came to be, which is crazy. But it all makes sense. So basically, just people saw these like paintings and whatnot of a man and 3 children coming out of a barrel, and they knew that he was related to the story of like giving gifts, and nuance is easy to lose. So especially when the church ceremonies were or the scripture was read in Latin and no one spoke Latin. You kind of see how that kind of thing will happen. To be honest, I find that to be a better story, but I do understand why it's less marketable. But it does make sense though, because the Nikolaos is like it's a Greek name. Nikolaos. Well, that's Bible study for the day. Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of faith, I believe in having a personal opinion on it over following a organized religion. I think organized religion is kind of antithetical to the entire concept of spirituality. So choose your own adventure. Oh, we're falling. Oh, there we go. What's all this? There we go. I was on the wrong angle. That's not very far at all. I think I can go further. Okay, so place these here. Oh wait, I think those are not where I want them to be. One, two. Hi, Douglas. He's a good boy. One, two. Let's throw these things. Over here. And yeah, we're almost done setting up this. I wanted this to get more progress on the... You're back, your phone died? You're good. Oh, you lost the war? Oof. The war that you lost, though, was it the one that was... Was it your war, or was it the war you were called into? You're starting a new one? A new game? Yeah, it's all good. Here's something you might want to try, Noel. Try to play as a part of a larger empire. I don't know if I would do the Byzantines, but because they don't really have duchies or dukes. Or no, maybe it is, no, they have dukes but no kingdoms is what I'm thinking of. You're gonna try Viking now next to the Baltics? Cool, yeah, that's a pretty good spot. I've always found that, especially as like a way to learn the game, that's kind of where you want to go. There we go. Down and in. Okay, cool. That's actually a huge deal. There we go. One, two. One and two. There we go. What's happening here? Oh, I'm silly guy. I've got 5 of these. I only have 4? Oh no, I do have 5. What? Oh, you know what it is? I think I have something silly happening right here. Yeah, that's my issue. This place is getting double coal. Okay. Measure twice, cut once. Otherwise, you'll end up like me. Okay, cool. That looks good to me. My question is, what am I doing here? Okay, let's close that out. Let's clear this. Okay, throw these things out. Cool. Yo, what is going on, Azan? Glad to see you can make it. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, my dude. Glad you can make it. I think I just said that, but I'm that glad. Just that excited. What's up, Doge? See what time we're at. 5:16. Oh, we're nearing the end. I want to finish this project first, though. I want this thing going full throttle. Yeah, Viking in the Baltics. I'm trying to think what would be a good direction to go to. Maybe try and take over the White Rus, or maybe with the Vikings. So one thing that's nice about the Vikings is they have the ability to navigate rivers. Most other cultures don't have that. So when you're embarked, like in the water, they can just cruise all the way up the river into like the middle of Europe. It's pretty wild.
My fellow Americans, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. Cool. Yep, 480. We love it. We stand a resource mining queen. Alright, yeah, it's coming. I should have built these on the way up. I wasn't sure if I wanted them to be next to it or on top of it, but on top is just that much easier. Like, it's not even slightly easier, it's like way easier. So yeah, with all this steel, we'll be able to actually make more stators and more rotors. Because remember, those were our biggest bottlenecks. Was stator. I mean, on a more grand scale, it was the steel plates. But even the steel rods, whatever you want to call them, pipes. We were kind of low on those, but more than anything, we need the steel beams. Okay. Okay. Whoa, now. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's put this right here. I'll just go the whole way. Make it easier. Okay. Beautiful. Alright, let's get that to here. That to here. Okay. Join. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I have most of these set up right. Or you know what? It's I don't have. There's no output for all of the steel because they're not set up to go upstairs yet. Turn into plates. Oh, oh, oh. Hi ho silver. There we go. Pink bank. Ah, there we go. And then these guys are connected. Nice, nice. Yeah, oh, one thing I remembered, Noel, is that you should I mean it doesn't matter, but when you play as the different cultures in Crusader Kings, it changes what a few of the words are. Like instead of knights, since you're a Viking, they're probably called champions. But if you're playing as like a Middle Eastern culture, they would have been named Faris. Yeah, I think it's Faris. Sometimes duchies or counties have like different names. Yeah, so get used to like what those things are and like the generic name for them, because occasionally there's like some flavor text. Just if you see that, just don't be confused. It's probably gonna be the same mechanism, like same system as you think. It's just kind of complicated for no reason by giving it a different name. Okay, yeah, so these guys should be gone. But yeah, I think it only changes. It turns the knights into champions or Faris, and I think it makes it so it's something with like I think it might call counties jarldoms or something, or high chieftain. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, a kingdom, a duchy is a chiefdom, and a kingdom is a high chiefdom. Glad I was able to remember that. Boop. Boop. Okay, let's get you over here. And you right there. Now that I know the height, I can work with it here. Yeah, close enough. Alright, note to self, in that kind of turn, it's a 3, not a 2. Whatever. Bing, 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 bong. Alright, we got the homies here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And just like that, these guys should all be off to the races, except for you, because you don't have any coal. How do I fix that? I think I change a couple things with this coal. For example, I'm dim and done for. Alright, there we go. Bam, and then bam. Ironically, this is going to be coming from below. there. That actually looks kind of sick. I'm leaving that. Here we go. 5 EEE. Yeah, this thing doesn't get seen, so I'm gonna leave it kind of ugly. We're going for practicality right now. Okay, cool. Let them cook. So now I just need a way to send all of this stuff upstairs. But I think that's gonna have to be next time, unfortunately. I'm gonna rename this episode to Steel Factory 2, or Second Steel Factory, because clearly we didn't get on the magnetic thing, but that'll be alright. Okay, so I have this designed actually for them all to come out of that side. It's good to know. Alright, well, I'm going to save this for next episode. I'm going to wrap it up right here, my friends. So, thank you all for watching. You guys are seriously the bomb. This was really fun. I love chatting with you guys. Oh, hi, doggies. So I don't know who I still have. I got a couple of you guys. I got Noel, Azan, and maybe a Ghost Dufio. Or no, probably David still. GG, dude. Have a good one, Noel. Good luck with the game. Send me messages if you need help. I may not get to them right away, but hopefully you can. Yo, thanks tutorial. No worries, dude. Hopefully you can figure it out from there. Maybe you're giving me the idea to make a Crusader Kings tutorial video. That's one of those games that I know like pretty well inside and out, so I might be able to do a quick start tutorial or something, like your first 10 minutes in Crusader Kings type thing. But that might be a job for another day. So, you guys have a great one. Thanks for watching, and have a good one. Oh, it's slidey. Dogs want to go out. Alright, see you guys.